Yeah, all their new signings are out here behind me. I think most of the new signings are actually in the group right at the end, the far group. You may be able to see new signings like Rayan Ait-Nouri, who they signed from Wolves. Also Rayan Cherki, who has arrived from Lyon with a big reputation. And another midfielder as well, Tijjani Reijnders, who they've signed from AC Milan, who was voted the best midfielder in Serie A last season. But if you look at this training pitch at the moment, I mean, it is packed with all the star names in Manchester City's squad. Of course, the only player who's not here is Jack Grealish. But apart from Jack Grealish, you would have to say that this is arguably one of the strongest squads in the Club World Cup. And that is why Manchester City are one of the favourites to defend their title as world champions.
Yeah, it's not just new names on the playing side, is it, Carve? Pep Guardiola has added to his backroom staff as well. Yeah,
now we have two Peps at Manchester City, and if you're a Liverpool supporter, this one is going to get some getting used to, because Pep Linders is somebody who worked alongside Jurgen Klopp at Liverpool for 9 years. He was alongside Jurgen Klopp for all those tumultuous title battles against Manchester City, but of course he left Liverpool last summer at the same time as Jurgen Klopp. He went to manage Red Bull Salzburg. That didn't work out. He left Red Bull Salzburg, took a bit of time out, has been living back in Holland with his family. But I think a couple of weeks ago, he got a phone call from Pep Guardiola, who was looking for a new assistant coach. And after a few conversations, he decided that he couldn't really say no to Manchester City. So although it's a little bit strange seeing him here wearing Manchester City training kit, he is the new assistant coach at Manchester City. And I think that's just another sign that Pep Guardiola wants to change things up this summer. He's already refreshed his squad. He's also refreshing his backroom team as well. So they're not going to take lying down the fact that Liverpool won the title last season. And I think they are going to be taking this competition very, very seriously, which is why we see so many of their star names here out in Miami today.
Yeah, you said some of their star names. You mentioned the new signings, but also the more established players at Manchester City, because people forget that even before they bought these new players, that squad looked pretty formidable, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You can see in the near group here, Phil Foden training. I mean, Phil is somebody who missed the England squad, so he missed the last couple of games. I think he felt that he needed to take a break from football just to recharge his batteries. Obviously, he didn't have a great season by his high standards, so perhaps this can be a fresh start for him at City as well. And also, a player really to look out for in this tournament is Rodrygo. I think we can see him in the middle group there. He's somebody, of course, who was a massive miss for City last season, out with that serious knee injury. But he did come back and play for just a few minutes towards the end of the season, I think, in the game against Bournemouth. And he is being sort of advertised and marketed as one of the stars of this tournament, because let's not forget, he won the Ballon d'Or, so he is officially the best player in the world, and City will be absolutely delighted to have him back. And having watched him this morning, he seems to be totally fit, 100% fit, and he also seems to be in a very, very good mood, because so far this morning he's been the sort of clown of the Manchester City travelling party. In a nice sense of the word, sorry, not in the sense of the word, not in the sense of the word that offended Ange Postecoglou.
Good save, good save. Listen, a trophyless season for City last season, of course, unless, of course, you count the Community Shield. But with that in mind, how important is the Club World Cup to City?
We've been getting mixed messages, I think, from Pep Guardiola about how important this tournament is. On the one hand, if you go back 18 months to when we had the last Club World Cup, which was in the old sort of shortened format in Saudi Arabia. Pep Guardiola and the City players took that very, very seriously. He made the point that, you know, it was incredible to think that Manchester City could become world champions considering where they'd come from. So they fought really, really hard to become world champions in that tournament. Although I have to say that the quality of the opposition in that tournament in Saudi Arabia wasn't that great. They didn't really have to be at their best to win that. But I think this competition is going to be tougher because it's a bigger competition. There are more teams. There are teams like Real Madrid playing in it, like Bayern Munich, like Chelsea. But Pep Guardiola, I think, in the lead up to this tournament, I think in a couple of press conferences, seemed to suggest that this trip to the US was going to be pleasure as well as business. I think he was talking about all the great golf courses that are very, very close to where we are here at the moment. So I'm sure these City players will be relaxing as well. Obviously, Miami is an incredible city. There's so much to do. I'm sure it won't just be work. They will be having some downtime as well. But I think Pep Guardiola will be taking this tournament a little bit more seriously than he's perhaps admitted to in public, because I think it means a lot to him. And also, of course, the people who run Manchester City and the players to be able to say that they are officially the best club in the world and they are the world champions.
Of course, the big news coming out of Liverpool is it looks like it is a done deal. Florian Wirtz making that switch to the Bundesliga to the Premier League. 136 euros the fee. Of course, one of the hottest players of his generation. And it's interesting when you take a look at record fees, it smashes that of Enzo, Grealish, Rice and Caicedo, which of course held the record previously over the past few seasons. For more on this, Nadim's with us, as is Jules. Jules, I suppose the interesting question looking at this is, when you've got big players like Bayern Munich and Manchester City involved, how did Liverpool get this done?
Because the player wanted to go there. It's as simple as that. Then he said no to Manchester City first. Then he said no to Bayern Munich, where his father, who's also his advisor, his agent if you want, I think would rather him have gone. And once City and Bayern were not in the race anymore, it was only Liverpool. And I think he liked the project that Al-Nassr presented to him. I think he liked the fact that this is a team very much at the best of his ability right now, winning the Premier League, playing in the Champions League, one of the favourites again in the Champions League next season. And I think for his own career and development, he felt that was the best place to be instead of staying, for example, at Bayer Leverkusen.
Absolute music to Liverpool fans' ears there, Nadim, turning down Manchester City and Bayern because he wanted to play for Liverpool.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But this is something that comes into play with players sometimes. And I think for him, he's obviously in a different situation to many because he's good enough to say, yeah, I fancy Liverpool and Liverpool want me. I think lots of other people would want to go to Liverpool as well, but unfortunately, the opportunity does not come. But he's a real quality signing. I think you look at the age it is as well, and that's Liverpool building for the future. The price tag is obviously really, really big, but they know and they believe that he can grow into that. His value to Liverpool could far exceed that value, like we've seen in the past with the likes of Alisson's and Van Dijk's and others. So yeah, it's a great signing. The fact that he's gotten what he wants is fantastic, and the fee, Liverpool being able to do it, it's a statement in itself, isn't it? I think we saw a couple of years ago when they wanted to go for like a Caicedo and others, and this was at 100 mil, and it didn't really feel like Liverpool. You know, Klopp himself felt a little bit unsure about saying whether it was the right thing to do. But here we are. Here's Arne Slot. Here are the champions of the Premier League, and what a statement to bring in one of the hottest talents, as you say, in European football.
So many positives around this move. Any negatives you can see?
Nope, can't think of any.
Wow.
I think it's a proper statement signing. It's top table sign, isn't it? When they signed Alisson, Van Dijk, it's FSG spending their money, which is unusual because they don't spend that sort of money. But I think when you look at that list there, you see holding midfield players going for 100, 105 million. That number had to be about what it was that they had to pay for him. And I think the statement comes from Florian Wirtz turning Bayern down and turning Man City down and wanting to go to Liverpool. So that puts Liverpool in a fantastic situation, a fantastic position to be in. I think over the next, when the window opens next, you'll see Liverpool sell 3 or 4. So that 130 odd million I think Liverpool could recoup about 100 million by moving 3 or 4 players on easily.
How will this not work, Jules?
The only thing I see really is this is a team that is built around Mo Salah, that plays for Mo Salah, that plays for the best player in the team. Now you've got another best player in your team. So we look at the starting 11, and again, we put Wirtz as a false 9. I don't think Wirtz and Szoboszlai really could play there. What you could see is a third midfielder maybe, and then a front 3 of Gakpo, Luis Diaz, Wirtz and Salah. But regardless of where Wirtz played, behind a striker, as a false 9, as a second striker, whatever you want to call it, this is a team that is built for Mo Salah. The ball goes to Salah, he's the guy. And now suddenly you have to share the ball with Florian Wirtz. Wirtz is not going to come at that price just to be there and play the fluid passer and this and that. He's the best, like Don said. He's maybe the best number 10 you could find in Europe right now. So he will need the ball. So now suddenly you've got 2 best outcome for when you're on the ball. Before the patterns were all around Salah. Now he will have to be shared obviously with Wirtz, and that's not the same. And let's not even go into Kerkez at left back, which is better than what they had this season. Frimpong at right back, who's a very different right back than Trent Alexander-Arnold. I suspect Gravenberch could drop into a 3 with Van Dijk and Konate in possession, and then Frimpong and Kerkez will be very attacking and also will want the ball. So it'll be a fine balance to find, but that's the only thing really you can look at when you talk about Florian Wirtz at Liverpool.
As it's Don's last day, before he heads back, we thought we'd give him the opportunity to give us his far too soon predictions when it comes to the top 6. Obviously, yesterday you were trying to convince us that Manchester United would finish in the top 4. It'd be interesting to see who is in the top. Oh, Manchester United aren't even in the top 6 now.
What? I mean, the jacket. I mean, let's have a look at the jacket first of all. Before
so many comments about the jacket would lead me straight to HR.
Right.
So we won't talk about that.
Right. So even you can't deny that top 5 is pretty good, because that's the top 5 that finished in that order last season.
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, so I mean, Liverpool finished first, Arsenal finished second, City third, Chelsea fourth, Newcastle fifth. So that is, by the way, that's a little bit incorrect, because I didn't put Aston Villa there, I put Tottenham there.
Oh, okay.
I changed it at the very last second.
Right.
And the reason why
Did you tell anyone?
I told the top girl, I told Lou,
okay.
and she said she'd do it, but she obviously hasn't.
Right,
so,
okay.
Without getting Lou into trouble. The reason why I took Villa out at the last minute, because they're going to be playing Europa League football on a Thursday, and Tottenham are going to be playing Champions League football. So they're going to be playing Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yes.
Villa have got Thursday night football, which might hinder them. They've lost Asensio, they've lost Rashford. So originally I had them down as 6th.
Okay.
I then changed it and put Tottenham in.
Okay, let's start at the top. Liverpool, big favourites, yeah. Nadem, and there's no question about that, considering the performance they put in last season and what they've done already.
Yeah, I would say so. Although, you know, as we've seen historically
your voice
with
go high
them and to
in
be
a
honest, a
weird
lot of
way?
teams. Because I don't know, I was trying to decide whether I was going to lie or tell the truth. I'm going to take the avenue of telling the truth. I think the fact that you're trying to retain your title is a different sort of pressure. I think the hunger of the teams behind them is going to be greater again, because they wanted to have a chance to do that themselves. So yeah, they will arrive as favourites because Arne Slot's done such a fantastic job in that first year. But as we've seen with the signings that Jules has mentioned there, these are new players trying to fit into a system which has proven to be successful. Will they hit the ground running? We're not sure. The talent is obviously there, but is it a guarantee that they'll be there? I'm not sure. I'd probably make them slight favourites, yes. But I think the 2 teams behind them in Arsenal and City, they'll be right there. I think those 2 teams can look at their last season and know that they had major slip-ups in key moments, but they'll just be craving consistency, and I think they are capable of doing that. But I think it's going to be a fantastic race. But yes, maybe I would say Liverpool are just slight favourites right now.
My intrigue comes from Man City. As I've said before,
right.
Pep has signed a lot of players.
You haven't been exactly
well, I just don't feel
that excited by their signing.
No, because
a lot of people.
I've watched these players for a long time.
Underwhelmed, I believe you said you were.
Yeah, I just think they don't look like a Pep signing. Like Cherki's honestly, fantastic ability, amazing ability. But when you look at the midfield players that they've got and the signings that he's made, Ait-Nouri is not a grade A signing. Reijnders has come off a fantastic year, but he's not a grade A player. The guys on the left-hand side, Marmoush is the one that stands out.
But Reijnders was the best player in Serie A, wasn't he? Last season?
He was.
So that's quite a high grade.
No, it is. But he wasn't the best player because Scott McTominay got voted MVP. But I get what you're saying. He had a brilliant season. But Marmoush on the left is a standout player. Nico Gonzalez, is he going to displace Rodri? And then you mentioned all the midfield players that they've got. Where does Reijnders get in this team? They've got loads of midfield players and quality midfield players. Off the back of Pep telling us 2-3 weeks ago he wanted a smaller squad. He said he would resign with a big squad, yet he's made these players. And when I look at the players on the right-hand side, all right, take Reijnders aside, they don't feel like grade A players. They don't feel like when they signed John Stones or Kevin De Bruyne or Bernardo Silva or Erling Haaland, these guys. No, it's these guys who you brought and you go, they are like proper grade A players. What was that we're seeing there? I can hear Nagel's voice cracking a little bit, and that's my predicted side. What I would say, if he can get a tune out of Phil Foden, he could be Man City's Florian Wirtz. He had a disaster season last season, which we all have as pros, and hopefully Phil Foden comes back to his best, because he could be an amazing player for Man City this season. But the signings are a little bit, I don't know, they don't seem amazing to me.
Wow. Naden, you were making a sort of weird cat purring noise.
Yeah. I think I kind of see what Don's saying in terms of the marquee nature of those signings and such, but I think at times we've been blinded by sort of like an element of recency bias. Because in Haaland, that was like a really big, obvious signing, a player that was like highly coveted, that so many teams wanted, linked to Real Madrid, so on and so forth. And I think the other one is probably going to be Vardiol. But as for the rest of those players, they probably felt the same way that you feel now about, say, looking at Cherki, looking at Reijnders, and looking at Ryan Ait-Nouri, because these players have come in. They've come in as good players, and they've become really good. They've fit in and worked really well as a collective and played some of their best football. So I don't necessarily think that some of the players that City have signed, like, they've gone on to have a big impact, because, you know, anyone can look online and see the reaction when De Bruyne was signed from Germany to come and play for Man City. The talk is £60 million is a complete waste of money. But now we're sort of looking back with a different perspective and saying, well, yeah, it was obviously a great signing because, you know, this is Kevin De Bruyne and so on. And I think that happens with a lot of those players. And I think in some ways you see it with other clubs as well. Because we could argue that, say, Van Dijk, the player that he's become, did Liverpool know they were getting that when they first bought him? I don't think he would have felt as marquee as, say, he feels right now being in that team. So I think those players, especially being as young as they are, they can improve. And one thing that you see with City, their title success has never really been built around one individual. Yes, certain people can play better than others within any particular season, but it's about the collective, and I think those players really add options. And for me, I think Guardiola is one of the best coaches in the history of the game. And I think the way that he'll see their strengths will allow City to be more competitive. And if they have good health, I think they could do something really special next year.
Yesterday, you were getting excited about Cunha in Buemo.
Oh, we had a great argument,
When
didn't
you
we?
take a look at the signings that City have made, you can't argue that they're stronger, better, have more potential than those two.
No, they have.
So why is it different?
Because I've seen Ryan Ait-Nouri, and I'm just going to talk about him for a long time. And 3-4 years ago, he looked like one of the best left wing backs in world football going forward, but he cannot defend. So Man City, when you close your eyes and you think of a goal going against Man City in the last 18 months, it's on the transition. So defensively, is he going to be asked to be a defender, like an orthodox left back? Because that is not his game. If anyone thinks that Trent Alexander couldn't defend, Ait-Nouri's worse. But he's an amazing player going forward. You know, I told you the other day that I interviewed Matt Hobbs, their sporting director, and he told me, he said, at times they had to rein him in. He played as a false nine in one game. So he's very versatile. That's not going to be his position, obviously. But they've got to rein him in because he's so attack-minded. He so wants to do things, and he's so technically very, very good and so tricky. He can take players on.
Why do you hate Cherki?
No, I love Cherki.
You said he wasn't up to the grade.
No.
You seen a lot of him and he wasn't good.
No. He could blow the Premier League up.
Well, that's very different to what you've been just saying.
Or he could blow himself up.
Frank said as well that he was not a Guardiola signing. I don't understand how he cannot be a Guardiola
Is his character
signing
good,
when
Jules?
he can play.
Jules, are we wrong and his character's good?
You don't include me in
What
this.
do you mean about character?
Oh, I don't know.
Personality?
The rumours that you hear, he's not particularly a team player. He's very much an individual. He's a maverick.
People who say that haven't watched him play this season. This season that just finished was his best season by far.
Yeah.
Where finally, for somebody who started with the Lyon first team at 16, finally the maturity was there. The good thing that Paulo Fonseca did when he arrived at the club is make him understand what positional football is, really, which is exactly what Guardiola does. So for him to go from Fonseca to Guardiola and having 6 amazing months with Fonseca to Guardiola is perfect. And Guardiola would not sign a player that was not compatible with his football anyway. They're not stupid at Manchester City. Yes, Wirtz was the number one, the plan A, but plan B was Ryan Cherki for much less money, obviously. But he had to play at Lyon in the second half of the season, even the first half of the season, to be fair, but especially the second half of the season under Fonseca, very much positional play, position football, where he wants the ball all the time. Usually before, when he was younger, he used to try to get wherever the ball was. So he would be as a, let's say, a right midfielder, a right winger, but yet the ball was on the left and he wanted to go there because he hadn't touched the ball for 2 minutes. That has changed. His maturity is much better. I think he's a perfect Guardiola signing. I think he would be great in the Premier League. It's a big step up. I give you that. And we've seen a lot of players going from France to England, Germany to England, whatever the country, where the step up was hard, especially in a rebuilding Man City team. But for me, he's got everything to be good under Guardiola. And the chat that Guardiola had with him already, playing him as a number 10, which is his best position, although he can play in very different positions. But that was the one really where I think he feels the best. And Pep said, this is where I want you to play as well. So I just can't wait to see him to see him working under Pep and see how much he improves.
Right, you've upset Jules in the French now, questioning Cherki's character. Let's move on to Manchester United, who you won a lot of friends with yesterday, defending them, saying that you could see them finishing top 4, and now all of a sudden I ask you for your top 6 and they're not even in it.
Right, so the guys listening in, there's very much context to this conversation.
Okay.
Because you posed the question yesterday, with the signings of Cunha, with the signing of Mbeumo, and potentially Osimhen or Gyokeres, where could they finish? And I said, with those signings, they could, and I said push for top 4.
Right.
As we sit here today, they've only signed Cunha.
Okay.
So therefore, I have not got them anywhere near the top 4 with one signing.
Why have you got Spurs who finished below Manchester United finishing in the top 6?
Because I think Thomas Frank's got a better squad of players to work with.
What's giving you that idea?
Oof.
What have you seen from this squad?
Well, I mean, you've got to look at the quality of players, but if you go off the back of last season, I mean, they were shambolic, Spurs and Man United, by
absolutely
disregarded.
So why will it change?
Because I just get the feeling they completely disregarded the Premier League to try and win that Europa League trophy.
They didn't blow things up in the Europa League.
Huh?
They didn't blow up in the Europa League.
They won it.
Yes, they won it,
but you
didn't sit back and go, "Wow, they really were saving themselves. Look how brilliant they've been."
I didn't agree with what Postecoglou did by sacrificing all that Premier League.
What have you seen in this squad that makes you think they're going to jump 10 positions?
Because I look at the players that they've got, and I think they're so much better than what they showed last year. They were horrendous last year, but they had a manager who didn't suit this group of players. They played sort of carefree football, like fullbacks just go and wandering where you want. A doggy go and play where you want. It was never by design that a doggy was playing inverted or Pedro Porro being inverted. Again, you close your eyes, you see a Tottenham goal, 2 fullbacks will be 60 yards up the pitch. Thomas Frank will coach these players, good players, a better squad than what Man United have got, in my opinion, as we sit here today. And I think he'll coach them into playing the positions much better than Postecoglou did. He'll ask a doggy to be a left back, and he'll say to Porro, be a right back. And he'll have them more organised. That's what Thomas Frank, in my opinion, when I said yesterday, he's a connector. He connects, I think, fans to the team. More so, I think he's a very, very good manager in organisation and making sure that the team he plays, whether it's home and away, a different system, whether it's home and away, he organises his players, he organises a team.
Nadim, if you're in Bremen, where do you go? If it is United, what's that noise? What's going on?
No, I don't know.
I think you do.
It's a good question. No, I don't know. It's a good question, Dan. I think with Thomas Frank going to Spurs, you see the pull there because essentially Mbeumo's made his name now in the Premier League, playing under him, playing some of his best football last season, for example, scoring 20 goals in the Premier League. Like, he understands what the manager wants, like, explicitly. And if he goes over to Spurs, obviously Frank will have to do things slightly differently in terms of style of play, you know, the way that at times Brentford would play. I don't know if Spurs fans as such would want to be seeing that on a week-to-week basis. So there's an adjustment that comes there. And I think any new manager wants to see something at some level that's familiar. To go into somewhere that's completely new and have to go over this brand new messaging to a whole bunch of brand new players and a whole new setting and environment, I think that can be tricky. So I think I could see why he'd want Mbeumo there. And if you could call him and say, listen, come here, we can do this, and Don Hutchinson says you're going to finish top 6 this year, then it's a no-brainer, isn't it? You know what I mean? With United falling outside of that. But I think for overall, like, obviously size of club and scale of project and so on, I think further down the road, and I don't know how long this road is, I think United will be aspiring to trying to win Premier League titles. I don't know how long that is, as I say, but, you know, that project is one thing in itself. But for me right now...
The reason why, Dan, I had them in top 6.
Go on.
He doesn't think that's sorry, Nathan.
No, I am, because they're competing with Aston Villa.
But wasn't your argument yesterday that Manchester United have got a week to prepare every game?
Yes.
But Spurs don't have that. They've got Champions League football now as well.
Yes, I know, but what I was trying to say to you about yesterday is don't underestimate when you've got time in between every game.
But Spurs won't have time.
No, just let me finish on the Man United one. Why I was trying to sell it to Man United off the back of the players that you mentioned they were going to sign. So I can't sit here today and say they're going to finish top 4 because they haven't signed Osimhen or Gyokeres or it was Cunha and Mbeumo. A week when you're trying to prepare and you play high intensity football on a Saturday or a Sunday and you've got 7 days to prepare to play that same role again. If you look at Newcastle last season, Newcastle had no European football whatsoever. They finished in the Champions League. Napoli had no European football whatsoever. They went and won the Scudetto, they went and won the league. So having that time in between games, I was trying to sell it yesterday, could be so important for Man United.
You've completely gone against what you've said because you don't have them in the top 6.
No, but you're not listening because you sold it.
I don't know why you're bringing back you're not listening from yesterday.
Because when you sold it, when you asked me the question yesterday,
it's like you're continuing the argument from yesterday.
Right. Because when you asked me the question yesterday,
yes.
It was off the basis that signed Cunha, Mbeumo, Gyokeres or Osimhen.
Okay.
That's why I said they could push for a Champions League space.
Let's say they have then. They have signed.
So they've signed all these players.
Yes.
Then they might push, yes.
What does that even mean?
They'll be pushing with Spurs and they'll be pushing with Villa.
So will they be top 6?
Right. If they sign those players,
yes.
You'd like to think they'd finish above Fulham. You'd like to think they'd finish with Brentford, and you'd like to think they'd finish with Bournemouth. These were the teams that finished in and around 7, 8, and 9.
Right, okay.
So they'll finish above them with those players.
Yes.
So then they're competing with Spurs and Aston Villa to try and finish a few places higher.
Okay.
Newcastle are in Champions League. The last time Newcastle were in the Champions League, we finished, I think, 7th in that season because we couldn't cope with a smaller squad.
Right.
So you've got to try and look at it. And I was trying to say to you yesterday, and Nadam, I'm pretty sure, will back me up on it. The fact that when you haven't got any European football to play, it could be a massive advantage for Man United.
But you haven't got them in the top 6.
Because you haven't signed the players that I mentioned. Honestly. Oh, dear.
Who finishes higher, Nadam? United or Spurs?
Respectfully, next year, I think if United sign a couple, I'd say United. I'm leaning that way because they can't be as bad as they were last year. They cannot be. And as Don said, it is significant that they're not playing games midweek. So I would fancy them to get some players across, spend a bit of money, and actually just be like a normal football team like we've gotten used to seeing across, the years prior.
Brentford saw that Cunha signed for Manchester United for 63, then they think, hang on a minute. If Cunha is worth 63 and Mbeumo is at least worth the same, if not slightly more, considering how many goals, considering he scored more goals than Cunha, is younger than Cunha. So this is why the two clubs haven't agreed yet anything. But if you're Mbeumo now, you know that Thomas Frank is going to try to hijack that. We know already, there's been talks already between Tottenham and Brentford of Mbeumo, between Frank and Mbeumo too, about the possibility of taking him to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So if it's on paper for Brian, the two offers, I would suspect similar wages, and the two clubs agree fees, he would have to choose. Surely he will go for Champions League football. There's a point where I agree with Nathan, at some point United will get back to being better than Spurs year after year, like they used to, no problem. But we don't know when. And for now, Champions League, which is a massive pull for any player, anybody. Brian Mbeumo has never played Champions League football. When he was in the French second division, he never thought he would play Champions League football. Now, he's got the chance of playing Champions League football with a manager that has made him the player that he is now. There's no doubt for me that he would choose Spurs over United.
Now, the Club World Cup kicks off tomorrow, and as is tradition, of course, for a big FIFA event, there'll be a big, glitzy, glamorous opening ceremony. French Montana will be singing at that, and he caught up with Alexis ahead of that opening campaign.
Finally getting to hang with the one and only French Montana. French, thank you so much for hanging with us, especially ahead of the Club World Cup. This is massive because we know you're performing. No pressure because you'll be performing in front of Leo Messi. Yeah. But you performed in front of massive crowds before as well. But talk to me about your involvement. Why people probably tuning in now are going, French Montana, football. How did this come about?
Well, I was born in Morocco, and the first visa I ever got was playing for Wydad. So I used to play for Wydad when I was young. I still have a bunch of pictures. So soccer was actually like my first sport that I ever played.
We did that you just spoke about. They're in a tough group as well with the likes of Manchester City, Juventus too. Yeah. But talk to me about what it would mean for that club, for Casablanca, to see them get out of the group and go far in this tournament.
I want them to go to the furthest out of anybody in that group, just because, when I was so young, and I used to go to when I was in Casablanca in Morocco, and I used to go play. My father used to take me. There's just so many memories, and they've been around for so long, and it's such a historical moment just to see them all come together now and just get where they at, you know. So I love it, man. I definitely want to see we dead. Dimel we dead. Dimel we dead.
Love that. You're gonna have to teach me how to say that better later on.
Yeah.
But what makes them so special, do you think? What they're representing?
It's that Moroccan blood. It's the Moroccan blood. Is you know, where we come from. It's so hard to make it. It's just, you know, when you finally get a chance and an opportunity like this, we always gonna strike gold.
I love that because I think after the last World Cup, Moroccans have definitely won the hearts of so many around the world in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, it was only 3 teams left.
Yeah.
You know, hopefully this time we take it all the way. But nobody expected it, the unexpected. So hopefully this year we're gonna do the full sweep.
So we did. They have your vote to go far.
Oh yeah, we did. I'm team we did.
But if not them, then PSG with Hakimi.
Yeah, Hakimi after that, PSG for sure.
All right, French, been an absolute pleasure.
Thank
we can't
you.
wait to see you perform tonight. Can't wait to see you as well, taking in some of the games too.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for having me. Dima, we dead.
As they mentioned, of course, the opening game will be in front of Lionel Messi, who was training ahead of that match against Al-Hilal. The bookies don't give Inter Miami much chance of doing much, really, in this tournament overall. Here's Luis Suarez.
Nosotros somos los jugadores que somos hoy, los que estamos seleccionados para jugar y bueno, obviamente que sabemos las restricciones que tiene la MLS, que no nos deja poder competir a nivel económico como nos gustaría competir. Pero bueno, toca ahora ir al partido de mañana, de competir de la mejor manera posible con los jugadores que somos y bueno, por más que hay a veces que sea un equipo más favorito que otro, dentro de la cancha son 11 contra 11 y ahí es donde se deciden los partidos realmente y con detalles hay a veces que puede sacar una diferencia.
Poor old Inter Miami affected by those MLS budgets. Anyway, let's just take a look at how things stand. According to the bookies in Group A, Inter Miami third favourites, Palmeiras and Porto. Indeed, the bookies think will go through, of course, into the knockout stages as the top 2. That game kicks off at 8 p.m. Eastern. Meanwhile, you take a look at the big matches in this opening round. It doesn't get much better than PSG against Atletico Madrid. In theory, these two should advance regardless of the result between these two. Botafogo and Seattle Sounders making up the other 2 teams within Group B. Nadim's still with us, Jules as well. Jules, look, you're a PSG fan. Let's put that hat on, which I know is very difficult for you, crying at the end of the final and all that sort of stuff. How excited are you personally for this tournament?
I'm excited because I just love football and I love to see those teams that you don't usually see coming up against each other. I think that's the beauty of this tournament because you will have some of the best teams of South America and Africa and Asia to play against the best of Europe and North America. So I think this is super exciting. From a PSG point of view, and for all those clubs, especially the ones who are in pre-season or supposedly to be on holidays now before their pre-season, it's a very different approach to others, for example, who've just started their league, or like MLS, who are right in the middle of the league. It's a very different approach. And it'd be very interesting to see how those European clubs especially not just treat the competition, because I think they will all want to win it and go far. There's a lot of money to earn for a club. But more how you approach it, how much rotation do you do? Do you treat it like half a pre-season, half an important tournament? Is it just a tournament? Do you play some kids for some games? Do you play your superstar? Can your superstars play every game of that group stage and then the knockout? So this will be very, very interesting. But I think PSG are fully focused as the European champions, as you know.
As they go into it as European champions, does it take less meaning away, Jules, in the sense that if they win it, that's fine, but look, we won the Champions League, so really, who cares?
Yeah, a little bit. I'd forgotten they actually won the Champions League.
Oh, really? Yes, yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad. Thank you for reminding me.
That's all right.
Just
a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think Luis Enrique just doesn't work like this. His mind doesn't work like this. It's like we can show more, we can do more. We are such on a great momentum and the dynamic is there. Let's continue like this. So yes, they brought a lot of kids as well in the squad. They arrived on Tuesday morning or Tuesday lunchtime on the West Coast, and they've been preparing. Dembele is injured, so he will miss, I think, the first 2 games, so the one on Sunday. But then the objective is to win it. To win it financially, as we said, is great, but also it will be another title that the club has never won, for example. So even for that, I think the appetite is there.
Nathan, just pretend you're still a Manchester City fan. How do you feel going into this tournament?
Nice work there, Dan. Nice work.
As always.
So for me personally, I think as you look at this tournament, you get a real sense of like how people perceive things at this sort of like high level. Because in my mind, like supporting Man City, I want to watch their games. And I think being like a link to Jules as well, like I like to watch general games of football, but I don't necessarily know if I'll be watching like Wydad against Al-Ahly, I think in City's group, even though I love football in itself. But it is a great opportunity to see some of the best teams from around the world playing this competition. Obviously, some teams who are, bigger names are missing to a certain extent. But it's going to be really interesting. And I think the timing of it causes so many sort of issues from a European calendar standpoint. But as Jules has mentioned, from like an MLS or like a January through to December football calendar, it's right in that sweet spot to where you will go at it. And I think if teams have the wrong approach, then we might see some upsets, we might see some shocks. And these are the things that you want to be looking out for. And again, like those matchups, like I'm not used to seeing that. You saw French Montana talking about a Moroccan team. Like, what does Moroccan football look like, especially against European football in Man City or Juventus? You don't know. So it is intriguing. I think the scale of it, the time of it, it's obviously it can never be perfect for absolutely everybody. But I think one thing's for sure, all those teams and all those managers and the staff that have gone out there, they've put resources forward to try and win this competition. And whether they make changes from the first game to the second to the third, it's all with the aim of trying to win it. Because I'll be honest, the more I think about it, the more I think about how much of a waste of time it would feel if you didn't take it seriously and you ended up being eliminated anyway. I think all these teams will aspire to win this competition. Obviously, the odds are more likely for some teams to do it than others. But this is a serious opportunity for them. And, when they get to the end, if they win it, they can have a break before the next season. It's not a big break, but the fact is you're there to win it. And I think if people don't have the right attitude towards it, you'll be able to smell it. You'll be able to sense that straight away in the first group game. And I think it's going to be really interesting because I believe all the teams will be going out there believing they have a real chance to win something and win it on this scale for the very first time.
There he is. There's Gustavo, who is following Real Madrid. We spoke to Sid yesterday about a couple of bits of transfer business that have been done. It confirmed today, Gustavo, that Mastantuono is confirmed. The 17-year-old will be joining Real Madrid. For those who haven't seen him play or don't know too much about him, can you tell us a little bit more and why Real Madrid are willing to pay such a big figure for him?
Franco Mastantuono can play as an offensive midfielder and also as a right winger. I can compare him to Arda Güler. I think that him and Arda Güler will fight for the same position. We have also to discuss and to see how Real Madrid will play under Xabi Alonso, but he's a kind of player like Arda Güler, very talented player, can play, as I said, as a right winger or an offensive midfielder.
It's interesting you take a look at the gamble that Real Madrid like to do with youth, and obviously it paid off with Vinicius Jr. Hasn't paid off with Endrick. Endrick was kind of the marquee signing, wasn't he, last summer of the teenage sensation. Will this be a different? Will this play out differently this time?
I don't think so. I think that he's gonna have to wait. I think everything in Real Madrid, at least with Carlo Ancelotti, was always like that. The young players have to wait. With Carlo Ancelotti was always like that. With Vinicius first of all, Vinicius and Rodrygo with Zidane first, and then with Carlo Ancelotti. But for Endrick, for Arda Güler, the young players always had to wait for their time. Let's see how Xabi Alonso works with this kind of situation. But I think that Franco Mastantuono will arrive to Madrid, will go to Madrid to be one more player in the squad, not to be one of the main players.
So let's talk about Trent Alexander-Arnold, obviously, who made a big splash yesterday because he spoke Spanish. Gustav, for that, it really impressed us. For someone who's followed Real Madrid a lot, is it really that big a deal? Should we be talking about his football more than his linguistic ability?
Yeah, no, for all the fans of Real Madrid, for the Madridistas, to arrive and already speak a little bit of Spanish, it was brilliant. So it always makes you always have a good first moment. No, when you arrive talking in the language of the new country where you're gonna live. But with Trent Alexander-Arnold, the situation is completely different. He's gonna arrive to be a starter. We don't know how Carvajal will come back. We know that it was a very hard situation for Carvajal, a very tough injury. But Trent Alexander-Arnold arrives to be a starter. He arrives to be a very important player for Real Madrid with Xabi Alonso. We still don't know, and I see some that, how Real Madrid will play with Xabi Alonso. Is Real Madrid use a line of 5 defenders? Is it going to be a line of 4 defenders? In Madrid, I talked a lot to Madridistas. They don't believe that Real Madrid will play with a line of 5 defenders. Let's see how it's going to happen.
Interesting enough, they paid $10 million, didn't they, Gustavo, to make sure that he was available for the Club World Cup. We know what happened with Jude Bellingham, delaying his surgery so he could be in this tournament as well. There is an argument, isn't there, to say that of all the clubs who are competing in this competition, Real Madrid are taking it the most seriously.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Real Madrid needs a right back right now. They don't have a right back in the squad. They're using Lucas Vázquez, and we saw what happened this season. Lucas Vázquez initially was an attacker, and now he's playing as a right back, but he's not a right back. So Real Madrid needed a right back immediately for the tournament. That's why they paid 10 million euros for 12 million euros for Liverpool to have Trent Alexander right now, because they need a right back. And yes, Real Madrid always takes any championship very serious. I always say that for Real Madrid, the most important title is always the next one.
The future of Rodrygo, something we discussed with Sid yesterday. The papers are saying, oh, look, he was chatting to Xabi Alonso in training. They must be working on a plan for next season. You take a look at players at Real Madrid, well, they have to create some space, don't they, if they're bringing in new players. Is Rodrygo, do you feel, going to be there at the start of next season?
Well, you're asking about my opinion. My opinion now is that Rodrygo will not be at Real Madrid next season. We have to understand, we have to see what's going to happen, but what I know by sources, and we have already published it at ESPN, this information. Rodrygo doesn't want to play on the right wing anymore. He wants to be a left winger. He wants to play on the left flank of the attack of Real Madrid. He's going to talk, if has already talked to Xabi Alonso, to understand his role at Real Madrid for 25-26 season. From that, he's going to understand and see what's going to happen. But what I know by sources, and it was the first time that people around Rodrygo confirmed it to me, is that if he's not be a very important player for Real Madrid this season, okay, we can leave. There's no problem. We're going to hear the offers from other clubs. This is the info that I have from Rodrygo's staff. From Real Madrid, they won't sell Rodrygo for anything. They won't sell Rodrygo for 20, 30, 40 million euros. If Real Madrid will sell Rodrygo, they will sell Rodrygo for the right price, at least 80 or 100 million euros.
Wow. That's a lot of money for Rodrygo, of course. A bit part player, I think it's fair to say, last season. So, Gustavo, looking at where he wants to play, which team do you think he could fit into who needs that position?
I think that Manchester City would be perfect for him. I'm sure that he's much better than Jack Grealish. He's much better than Doku. I think that he could play at the position that he wants in Manchester City for Pep Guardiola. And what people around Rodrygo, his staff, has always said to me is that Manchester City has always been the club that is talking to them, checking how Rodrygo is. But Arsenal is one of the clubs also that is looking for the situation of the Brazilian forward.
Last thing, Gustavo, first time you've been on, obviously, since Carlo Ancelotti's first 2 games in charge of Brazil. Of course, it saw them qualify, guarantee a place in next year's World Cup. What did we learn from Ancelotti's first 2 games?
I think that is not too much. He had few days to work with the group of players. I think that the first match was not so exciting. The second one, much better, with the Brazilian fans playing in São Paulo. The excitement in Brazil with the Brazilian fans about Carlo Ancelotti is high. So I think that he's working in a very good condition, with a very good mood around him to have success with Brazil.
Welcome into the latest edition of Extra Time. Thank you very much for all your questions. Don's last day, Don.
Off to Orlando next.
Oh, you're off to Orlando, that is
First
true.
game, yeah.
Club World Cup.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And very much so. Nathan's with us, and Jules has a big posh new house with some lovely new wallpaper. Jules, is that right?
The new house is right. This is the old wallpaper that was there when we moved in, which will go very soon when, you know.
Of like worried about losing, because to be fair, most of the people that I run against, barring probably one or two, I don't know if they can make it to the end of the race, even if it's like 50 metres.
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand that perspective. Yeah, fair play.
And Jules, we know how competitive you are.
Yeah, but so we don't have them in France, for example. So when I moved here and then we had our first child and he did sports there, I had no idea really what it was, and there was no way I was going to do that race. And the dad did it. One of the dad pulled his hamstring, then fell on the floor. I was like, this is it. What's the point of doing this? You're embarrassing yourself in front of the whole school.
Please tell me it was Gab.
It could have been Gab easily, yeah.
Okay.
Is that up your street? Are you into that if you had it here?
Oh, definitely. I'd love a sports day race. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we don't really have it here. Okay, obligatory percentage question for Naden. After Don admitted yesterday he may need help with his US geography, what is the percentage chance he gets lost on his Club World Cup adventures?
Oh, do you know what? That's a really good question. And I want to say that it's probably 70-30. However, I think Don has acknowledged the fact that he's going to struggle with this.
Yep.
And he's going to leave extra early and put in real strong plans. So I'm actually going to say it's only 30% now.
Right.
So I'm a believer in Don Hutchinson on this trip.
Welcome along, I'm James Ollie and I've got Mark Ogden and Rob Dawson here with me in the studio. I'm reminded of a clip from Blackadder, which is a cult BBC comedy from the 90s, for anyone unaware of where he talks to his servant and he says, well, you've done a really great job there, you've deserved a short holiday. Did you enjoy it? And that's it. That's how I feel about where we are in this season. But you have actually had a break, haven't you, Rob?
I have a little bit of a break, but I'm about ready to go and flying out to the States to cover City. You're going as well with Chelsea. The only one that's having a little bit of a break is Mark.
Oh, he's just swanning in for the final, isn't he?
You're having the advanced party, yeah, and I'm just going to watch from afar and just see how it takes off in Europe, see what the vibe is like on, watching from pubs, from Box Park. I think it's important to assess how it's taken up. But listen, all joking aside, I do think that a lot of us have been quite negative about the Club World Cup because of how it's been arranged and which teams have qualified. But certainly from a European perspective, a lot of these games will be played at kind of prime time, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock slots. And I think they will actually catch on. People want to watch football at the end of the day. And I think even though a lot of teams aren't in it, I think in terms of the football public will want to watch it. So it might be a surprise hit.
Well, on Saturday evening, it all starts in Miami with one Lionel Messi and his Inter Miami side taking on Egypt's Ahly. What are we expecting then, guys, going into the tournament? Mark, you mentioned the sort of lukewarm reception it's got in Europe. Do you think once it's underway, it will gather momentum and it will start picking up traction?
Yeah, look, it's going to be different from an international World Cup because, let's be honest, if an international World Cup is around, the whole country gets behind it and wants to watch their team play. And it's, from a UK perspective, Chelsea, Man City aren't universally popular in the UK, so it's different. But I do think it'll catch the attention of fans because they want to watch the big teams play. I'm sure people want to watch PSG play after being so fantastic in the Champions League final. From my perspective, I'm looking forward to watching the teams that, from South America that will have, the stars of the future maybe. That we know a lot of South American kids now come over at 16, 17 to play for European teams, but there may be some real gems over there that are about to be discovered. So I think it will have something, but I think the negativity is obviously around the fact that, well, I think a lot of it's been fueled by Gianni Infantino, hasn't it? The fact that he's basically made this his little project, and the way that Inter Miami were kind of
crowbarred into the tournament, how the Club World Cup trophy seems to spend its life in the Oval Office. It's just all a bit weird, but I think once the football starts, all the off-field nonsense might subside a little bit, as it does in the men's World Cup, or the Qatar was the same, wasn't it? Once the football starts, people tend to forget about the negativity.
Yeah, but that was a World Cup. This is a Club World Cup, an expanded tournament that I am finding it difficult to suspend my cynicism about it. I have to say, because it's all so artificial. And I know you can say, well, every tournament is artificial to the point that then it creates its own history. But they've had to create a transfer window for this. They've shoehorned teams in. They're still trying to get Cristiano Ronaldo in there somehow. They're struggling to push the tickets. As you say, the trophy's been sat in the Oval Office. Pretty gaudy, the whole affair, that whole show with Infantino and Donald Trump. Rob, do you share my cynicism, or am I focusing on the wrong things here? It just feels as though the clubs have been, had a lot of cash thrown at them, and regulations written where you've got to pick your best team and you've got to come and there'll be loads of money and all of this. I'm struggling to see the sort of the football purity in the middle of all this.
I think with any new tournament, it's the unknown, isn't it, that creates scepticism, and I don't think it helps when, and we're going to talk later on in the podcast about whether teams are taking this seriously or not. I don't think that helps. And there's never these questions before a World Cup, is there? Are England going to take a World Cup seriously? Obviously. I don't think it helps when fans are kind of faced with these questions about whether the big European teams, in particular, are going to take it seriously. I tend to agree with Mark, though. I think that eventually football fandom will take over, and that maybe there won't be an awful lot of fans tuning in for, I don't know, Porto versus Palmeiras. Obviously not in Europe, but when it gets to the latter rounds of this, if this goes the way that we all think it does, the UEFA teams are going to be the strongest, and you end up having PSG against Real Madrid in the quarters, or City versus Bayern Munich in the semi-final. That will draw people to watch. Maybe not in the stadium, because I think that's a different issue. That's about kind of captivating the American public into watching football matches on the ground. I think in terms of TV audience, I think people will tune into that, particularly if the games are at the right times, which they are because of the staggered kickoff times. I think ultimately fans want to watch football, and this essentially is going to be the world's best teams competing against each other, and I think people will watch that.
I think the issue for me, though, is the players are worn out. Certainly the players that play at the big teams of Europe, they're playing too much football, and this is coming at a time where it's supposed to be the rest period. It's supposed to be the rest period in between major tournament years. There's no Euros or Copa America this summer. There's no World Cup. So this is generally the summer that players get a rest. So we know that a lot of players, you look at the Man City players, how they really struggled to get the season completed, and I just feel for them a little bit. And I think the fans, there's a fan fatigue as well. But once it gets going, I'm sure it'll be of interest. But the issue for me, the defining image of this tournament for me is Gianni Infantino, like some weird uncle with his thumbs up all the time, and showing off his trophy and welcoming Lionel Messi. It's just a bit wrong. And I think it's been borne out. It's almost like a spiteful competition to hit back at UEFA. UEFA have the Champions League. That's the biggest, most glamorous club competition in the world. It makes loads of money for UEFA, and FIFA want a slice of that pie. And it just feels like it's been done for financial reasons rather than football reasons. And that's what I don't like about it. It's just, it feels like the Infantino tournament rather than the FIFA tournament. And I'm not saying that in a positive way.
It could die on its feet. I think that's the danger for any new, not that this is a new tournament or this is an expanded version of the tournament. There is a danger that there could just be fatigue around the whole thing, that the players don't care, the managers don't care, fans switch off and think, I'm just gonna wait till the Premier League starts or the European League starts. I don't really care whether my team wins or loses. On the flip side of that, I think that it could go the opposite way, and maybe this is obviously the first go at this. In 4 years' time, or maybe 8 years' time, when we're into the second and third go at this, that we may look at this conversation and go, I can't ever believe that we thought that this wasn't going to take off, because look how big it is and look how great it is.
That's very possible, but we should also remember that the players tried to come together to launch legal action against FIFA over the match calendar. And all right, this was only part of it. There was obviously the expanded Champions League was another element in terms of cramming more games into the schedule. But the players themselves, as much as they've been able to so far. It's not like en masse they've all decided to go on strike or boycott the tournament or got anywhere near that stage. But there were enough high-profile names, I thought, that came out to say that, look, enough is enough and something has to be done, and they got nowhere. So we as much as we can talk about, once the games kick off and let's see the big teams play the big teams, a lot of these players are exhausted.
Well, look at Kevin De Bruyne. Obviously, his contract was ending this summer at City, and he made it clear straight away, I don't want to extend my contract for 2 weeks and go to the Club World Cup. It's the last thing I want to do. So he's actually finished his season, he's having a rest, will probably sign for Napoli soon. Doesn't want to go to the Club World Cup. He could have done, because nobody's interested. It's not the International World Cup. Everybody would want to be there. It's almost like everyone's looking for an excuse. Phil Foden was pretty clear that he's had a really tough season, doesn't want to be there, but he's going. So if the players aren't interested, that for me is a concern.
And the games are going to be, I'd be surprised if there's much pace in some of these games. If you think about the temperatures that they're going to be played at on top of the load into the legs that we're talking about. I know we're going to talk to Tim later about the Brazilian teams, but you do sort of think with those players being in the middle of their season, they're going to be completely conditioned in a much better place physically to go and attack this tournament.
Well, that's why, and I think that you can't really draw. I mean, I've made obviously a big conclusion about a couple of minutes ago, saying that we expect the UEFA teams to be the strongest teams in the competition. In terms of talent and investment in those squads, they should be, the quarter-finalists and the semi-finalists. But, the history of this competition, I've just got the numbers here. The tournament's been won by Europe, or the UEFA team 16 of the last 17 years. But all of those games were hosted in season when the players were already fit. There is a danger, I suppose, that all these teams, and PSG is a great example. They've exerted all that energy to win the Champions League. They turn up at the World Club or the Club World Cup already completely out of energy, and they die on their feet a little bit in these games because of the heat, because of the intensity, because they've had no rest at all, and they get knocked out in the group stages.
The issue for me, sorry James, is that it's the Club World Cup, and the champions of England, Liverpool, the champions of Spain, Barcelona, Italy, Napoli, Argentina, Vélez Sarsfield, Portugal, Sporting Lisbon, USA, LA Galaxy, all of the domestic champions, and none are at the Club World Cup. Now, I know you could argue that how can you have those teams in it, but they are the best teams in the world right now. Certainly Liverpool, Barcelona, and Napoli are. Lamine Yamal, the best player in the world right now, isn't going to be there. So I think, again, with an international World Cup, the best players are there, the best teams are there. This just seems a bit weird that Chelsea are in it because they won the Champions League 4 years ago.
I can only assume that they will look to tweak that as time goes on. You're talking about, the second or third iteration of this expanded tournament. They'll learn from their mistakes. I understand the logic of it in terms of you need to plan. You can't just drop a tournament on a club, with 3 weeks or a month's notice. But by the same token, the 4-year cycle, it does feel too long in terms of a qualification process. I wonder whether they'll weight that maybe a bit differently going forward.
Well, there's nothing to suggest that in, 10 years' time that we're not having a break in domestic European leagues for this. They're taking a break in Brazil for this tournament. And I'm not suggesting that that's going to happen anytime soon. But 20 years ago, could you ever imagine the Premier League stopping for an international World Cup?
For a FIFA event.
For a FIFA event. So there's nothing to say that eventually...
To be fair, what was it, 2 years ago now maybe, Arsene Wenger was given that task of looking at the football calendar, and he came back and he made the valid point that the calendar that we operate on now has been in place since 1930, pretty much, Seasons were played, some are for major tournaments. And in the modern world, it doesn't really fit, does it? But it's how you get FIFA, UEFA, the clubs, all these different kind of stakeholders together to agree on a calendar going forward. It needs to happen because it is overheating. It is ridiculous that you've got a free summer and it's been taken up by a month-long tournament. Because, what are Chelsea, Man City, Real Madrid going to do next season? Because their season starts now. There's a World Cup at the end of the season. What sort of shape are the players going to be in for the actual International World Cup, which is going to be a 6-week tournament? It's got 48 teams. And I was in Munich last week at a FIFA Pro event, and their point is that the reason they're taking action against FIFA is that FIFA are supposed to be the guardians of the game, the kind of the administrator, so they shouldn't be allowed to, also influence the calendar. They can't have their own competitions in a calendar that they control. It's a conflict of interest. Because it is FIFA that are actually adding tournaments. You mentioned before about the Champions League being expanded. The Premier League hasn't expanded, in 25 years? The Premier League is what it's always been. The Champions League has grown a bit, but those tournaments are already there. It's FIFA that is adding tournaments, like the Club World Cup, to the calendar, and the calendar can't cope.
What do we want to see from this tournament? Do you think that it makes it for a better tournament if all the big European teams do really well and get to the last 16 quarter-final? Or would you like to see some of the kind of the more unknown teams to the European audience get really far and have one possibly win it? What makes for a better tournament, do you think?
I mean, it depends what the goal of the competition is. I mean, if we're talking about trying to grow football in the US, then you probably need those big teams to be competing at the business end. But I don't think that is the goal here. It's difficult to see the goal being anything other than money. And to be honest, if FIFA want to generate the most cash, then they need the biggest teams to go the furthest.
But the money follows intrigue, doesn't it? There's only intrigue in the tournament if people are tuning in to watch something that the result isn't already written.
Mm.
And it's all very well having the money available for this one, but presumably the goal is to have this every 4 years and to have it grow and grow and grow. And so
I just don't see how it's sustainable in this current format, in the sense that it comes in a free window, in a free summer. I don't see how it works. I mean, what one solution could be, and I don't think it'll ever happen, is that if you want to play in the Club World Cup, the money is so big, then you do it over a season like the Champions League, and you opt out of the Champions League that season. So if Real Madrid and Man City are in it, they play that season in the Club World Cup and step out of the Champions League. But that won't happen because UEFA won't have that.
The thing is, there was also a middle ground here. I mean, there was a tournament that lasted a week with 4 teams in it. I went and did it in Abu Dhabi when Chelsea won it, and it was a bit strange, but it kind of worked, and you weren't really there long enough to sort of be that concerned about the wider
champions of each continent, don't you?
Issue of it. Yeah. And what we've gone from is a very small, compact tournament to a really bloated version where you'd actually think there's a middle step there where, say, it had gone to, even if it had gone to 16 teams, you could say, well, all right, 16 teams, you could try and play it in, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks, condense it down a little bit more and try that. But to go straight to 32 teams, it's almost presuming that there's an audience for that, rather than proving that there is one by building on a stepping stone from where it was for 1 week to go for, say, two and a half
It's always
weeks.
a solution, though, isn't it, for football authorities, that a bigger tournament is a better tournament. And you saw what happened with the Euros. I mean, lots of people would have preferred to have the Euros stay as it was, as what was it, 16 teams, have really kind of condensed tournament, fewer games but higher quality. And it's just turned into a basically European version of the World Cup, and that's exactly where they've gone with this, straight out the gate.
I mean, we know that ticket sales aren't particularly great, and in an international World Cup, you can always rely on, a community of, maybe if Cameroon at the World Cup, there'll be a Cameroonian community in the US that will all come together to watch the games in wherever. If it's Kansas City or Seattle, they will go there. But I don't know how you're going to fill a ground with fans from Mamelodi Sundowns versus Ulsan. I just don't know how it works. I mean, Wydad versus Al-Ain. What sort of Moroccan and UAE communities in the US to fill a ground? And we know that ticket sales are struggling. I don't see neutrals buying tickets for these games. They want to watch Inter Miami, they want to watch Real Madrid, they want to watch PSG.
There's tickets available for the opening game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's important to say
that's
that
in Miami, and that's Messi.
And that's Messi in Miami.
That we are all based in England, and we have got quite a strong European bias, and the feeling in Europe is of a little bit of kind of, I don't know, shrugging your shoulders a little bit. But there has been a massive response to this tournament elsewhere in the world.
I mean, if this was being held in Brazil or Argentina, if it was held, if the games in Buenos Aires and Rosario, I'd imagine the grounds would be full. It'd be exciting, but because it's in the US, that doesn't help either, because there's not a domestic club scene in the US that isn't yet big enough and mature enough to actually embrace it.
Well, and also, we have to mention the political environment in the US at the moment is not really conducive to people coming, to sort of watch and travel and be a tourist in the country. Then you think the ticket prices are extremely expensive. And I know there's a dynamic pricing thing in play here, which I think FIFA have now dropped the prices for that opening game in particular dramatically from where they were. I think they're about a fifth of what they were when they first went on sale. But the whole environment, and then I'm sure we're going to speak to Lizzie later on. I mean, about what the perception is in the US of how seriously some of the big teams are coming over to take this tournament. And if there is any doubt about that, you throw that into the mix as well. This tournament's got an awful lot of negativity and sort of doubt to overcome to prove itself anything like a success.
It's like every time we travel to the US for and I know this isn't a pre-season tour, but every time we travel to the US for pre-season, the American public do seem quite underwhelmed by the squads and the teams at these big European sides.
There's definitely soccer fatigue at that level, because I remember going to the States back in 2010, back 10, 15 years ago with Man United, and the crowds are huge because it was a rarity. But now every summer there seems to be a tournament in the US. We've got the Premier League tournament is in the US this summer. I think there's a danger of kind of saturating the market in the US before the biggest tournament of all, the Men's World Cup next year. That you just wonder whether it would have been a better idea for FIFA to take it to Brazil or to Japan or to Mexico this year, or to Argentina. Traditional football hotbeds. That would have given this tournament a bit of lift in its first tournament. I think the US, it's such a competitive market. Again, it's the NBA finals. It's, the big thing right now is the basketball.
And massive stadiums as well. It's 80,000, not 30,000 seat stadiums.
It's going to be tough. It's a tough sell in the US.
I mean, the only benefit, I suppose, is the logistical advantage that it gives you to try and iron out the problems before, a year out from a World Cup. But yeah, you're right. I mean, from a standalone marketing perspective, it does feel as though it was the wrong call to probably take it there.
I mean, I think in fairness, if you were looking at European fans or even South American fans travelling to a different country to watch your team, I mean, the travel ban aside, that if you're going to go to a tournament, you would want to go to a tournament in the United States as opposed to, say, Saudi, or, would you get Chelsea fans travelling to Brazil to watch their team? I think it's more likely that they would travel to, have 2 weeks in Philadelphia in the summer to try and if you were looking to build an outside audience, as in travelling fans, which obviously FIFA would quite like, but it doesn't sound like the American government are particularly keen on, that America is the place to have that, because in theory, it is a place where you would go anyway.
Surprised they didn't get Wrexham in somehow.
Do we know that, have they announced the host for the next tournament, the 2029 one? I know it.
Not sure.
I know Australia's been mentioned but again, we're talking about a place that Australia, be a great sporting venue, but it's not easy for fans to get to, is it?
No.
So, I mean, I think this has been, the proposal was to make this like the Confederations Cup, the kind of the pre-World Cup kind of host, but it needs a lot of work, a lot of thinking out. But I'm not sure it's got the greatest future, to be honest.
I think it's going to take off. That's my hot take. There you go. You can clip it when it dies on its feet.
Well, today marks 1 year to go until the World Cup starts in the US, Canada and Mexico. Not only is the US hosting this 32-team Club World Cup tournament, they're also hosting the CONCACAF Gold Cup, a 16-team international tournament. How good a test will this combination be over the next 12 months? Lizzie Bescherano joins us. Welcome, Lizzie. As spokeswoman for the whole of the United States, can you tell us, is the country ready for the next year?
I don't think so, unfortunately. It'll be very interesting to tell in various cities how they approach the influx of fans, the managing of logistics, the travel. Unlike we've seen with previous FIFA tournaments, public transportation in major US cities is a huge problem. I am based out of Miami, so I can speak mostly about Hard Rock in Miami Gardens. And there are no trains. I believe FIFA is going to be doing some sort of bus system, but that's still to be determined. And the access, for example, the main road into Hard Rock is I-95. There's still massive construction on it. The other day, coming back from an Inter Miami game, I-95 was shut down entirely. So it'll be interesting to know that in about 1 week, when the tournament kicks off at Hard Rock, how that's going to be dealt with. Obviously, there are changes to be made ahead of the actual World Cup coming in 2026, but it seems like slow progress across the United States. And so it'll be very interesting to tell how quickly each city manages to complete each project, because as of right now, there's a lot of concern.
You mentioned then the influx of fans. Are we actually expecting a lot of fans to travel to this Club World Cup? I mean, obviously the World Cup in 12 months' time, that will be a different scale. But from what you're hearing, do you think there will be a lot of fans coming from outside the US to go to these games? Because from our perspective in Europe, it's not really caught fire. So I'd be surprised if there's going to be a lot of fans, maybe a lot of South Americans maybe. But is it really going to be a situation where there's going to be lots of fans arriving for this tournament?
Not to the scale of the World Cup, of course. I think there are some teams in the Club World Cup that draw fans. I would signal mostly the Brazilian teams and Boca and River, whose fans are so loyal that no matter the tournament, they're willing to travel. So I think Miami can expect an influx of Argentinian fans. Orlando and Atlanta can expect an influx of Brazilian fans. But as of right now, it hasn't been as exciting, I would say, like in the States. There's a lot of concern that these teams are treating this tournament as a preseason friendly or series of friendlies. So without rosters announced, without really knowing whether the stars will be making it out to the United States, fans are concerned and not willing to pay the $250 per game as of right now. That being said, if Real Madrid announces their roster and every star comes out to play, Chelsea, every star, Bayern Munich, etc., then I believe there will be more traction, but it will be North America centric, I would say. I don't expect a lot of European fans to travel, but you guys can attest to that better than I can.
Normally in the build up to a tournament, particularly, a week out or a few days out from the first game, there's normally sort of blanket media coverage domestically and pushing ticket sales, marketing, merchandising, advertising. What is it like in the US at the moment? Are there a lot of, do you feel there's a tournament kicking off in a few days?
Yes and no. There are billboards everywhere, but I will say it's a little difficult for teams to promote the Club World Cup given that seasons have just ended on behalf of the European teams and Liga MX teams, whereas MLS, as of last Saturday and last Wednesday, there were still league games going on. And so, for example, when we would ask Inter Miami head coach Javier Mascherano, what are you looking forward to at the Club World Cup? He would stop us immediately and say, hey, listen, we're first focused on the Wednesday game against Montreal or the Saturday game against the Columbus Crew. He wouldn't even consider that. So it's just now 2 weeks out or 10 days out that Inter Miami can now begin speaking about it to the media, to fans, or the team will put out communications and tweets saying, hey, now we're locked in for this new campaign and new tournament. I think given the awkward timing of it all and the saturated calendar, it's been difficult for fans to understand now is the start of a new summer international tournament.
Is it also an issue of the fact it's the NBA Finals this week? So, that is a massive deal in the US, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, the competition for attention, I think, has always been there for soccer in the United States. But right now, I think more than ever.
Lizzie, obviously FIFA have bent over backwards to make sure that Lionel Messi is there and Inter Miami. You've got Seattle Sounders as well and LAFC who've kind of taken advantage of a bit of a backdoor route into the tournament. How do you think the MLS teams are going to get on in this tournament? Is there a chance that any one of these is going to get to the latter rounds, or is it about sort of getting out of the groups as best you can?
I think the expectation first and foremost is to get out of the group. I think each team knows it'll be a difficult challenge. Again, I speak to Inter Miami and Mascherano and what he said because that tends to be my day-to-day, but even he, with the roster that they have with Messi, with Suarez, Busquets, potentially Jordi Alba, depending on his injury, even he is tempering expectations by saying our goal is to make it out of the group, but don't underestimate Al-Ahly, don't underestimate Palmeiras. I think for everyone in CONCACAF, including Liga MX teams, the challenge will be to make it out of the group stage. And it's interesting, but even Jorge Mas, co-owner of Inter Miami, who is, I want to say, one of the biggest dreamers in all of Major League Soccer, who said from day one that he would sign Lionel Messi, is saying that the dream is to get out of the group. And I think that says more about the expectations than what fans can assume or what we as media can assume.
Okay, I want to ask you about the pitches because when I've travelled with Premier League teams to the US for pre-season, I know it's a different sort of situation there because obviously the pitches aren't sort of necessarily curated as they're going to be for this tournament. But there is always a bit of criticism privately, certainly, about the state of the pitches in America. The Copa America pitches weren't great either. What can you tell us about the surfaces that the teams are going to play on and what they're doing to try and improve them?
FIFA's adopting a completely separate system from what CONMEBOL did at Copa America. So last summer, we saw the stitching aspect and fields being placed together just days before kickoff, and the seams were seen. Aesthetically, obviously, was a mess, but many players complained that between the seams, they could get injured and that it was very uneven and bouncy, and that caused for several concerns. This year, however, FIFA's adopting a new style. One, for example, they're applying a field for the entirety of the tournament. So CONMEBOL in most stadiums, particularly NFL stadiums that used artificial turf, they would switch out the field. Even during the tournament, obviously we saw there was a switch ahead of the semifinals, a switch ahead of the final. FIFA is going to be using one strand of grass for the entire tournament. They're calling it a shallow pitch, which is strips of artificial and natural grass kind of welded together and then hydraulically placed together on the field. So it's a different system entirely. They're also creating drainage systems so that stadiums like Mercedes-Benz at Atlanta, who receives little to no light, has a drainage system, has sunlight, and can be kept relatively well throughout the 3 or 4 weeks that lasts for the entire tournament. So the treatment will be very different. That's not to say better at the moment. I think players and coaches will be able to attest to that once the tournament is over. But FIFA was well aware of the concerns and the complaints said by players last summer, and so are tackling new challenges this summer.
Just go back to the Inter Miami thing a little bit. I might be a little bit brutal here, and I'm sorry if this offends MLS, but...
There's a shock.
Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, Jordi Alba, they left Europe years ago now because they couldn't hack it anymore. They were basically, I mean, Leo Messi at PSG for the final 6 months was being booed by the PSG fans. He was gone. Could this be really embarrassing for Inter Miami and MLS in the sense that they could get quite heavily beaten by the teams they're playing? Obviously, I'm looking at their group. It's not the strongest group on paper, although Palmeiras are going to be a strong competitor. Porto, not the strongest European team. Al-Ahly from Egypt. But still, I just think that the level that US fans are seeing right now when Messi plays and he puts him in the top corner from a free kick and he looks fantastic, but this is going to be a different level altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I think Inter Miami and Major League Soccer teams are built differently than most European teams in most European leagues because of the roster rules. So the salary cap and the designated player system makes for a very interesting setup. I think you have Lionel Messi, who is still able to produce great goals, Suarez, who's been assisting Messi, Sergio Busquets, who's doing great in the midfield. But then you have this lack of investment in the defense and the wingers because that's what Inter Miami are able to spend under the Major League Soccer roster rules. I think should Inter Miami struggle in this tournament, it will be because of defensive issues. As we've seen in Major League Soccer, I mean, I believe they got scored around 25 to 28 goals in a 7-game run. And that was due to their defensive issues. The team has no problem attacking and dominating offensively. Obviously, with the likes of Suarez and Messi, that would be the case. But it's this, what we call this like lopsided effect that the Major League Soccer rules really force these teams to suffer and not hold strong. I mean, GMs and sporting directors have to choose between a strong attack or a strong defense when spending. So I think that's where you see the consequences of those roster rules.
Are we expecting Inter Miami to be the best placed MLS side to do well in this tournament compared to, say, Seattle and LAFC? Out of the three of those, I mean, is it Inter Miami that are they expected to do the best out of those three teams?
Expected, yes. I think any team Lionel Messi plays in is expected to be the best because of his standard. I wouldn't underestimate LAFC's quality, though.
Thanks, Lizzie. Thanks so much for joining us. We look forward to seeing you out there. Time for a break now. When we come back, we'll head to South America, who are looking to take the tournament very seriously indeed. While the teams in Europe might be viewing the tournament as a distraction, the opposite is the case in the 6 teams coming from South America. In Brazil, the league is stopping for a month because of the tournament, and to discuss that and much more about the South American teams, we're joined by Tim Vickery, the South American football expert. How are you, Tim?
I'm very well. Looking forward to kicking this global ball. The ball is round, and so is the world. Kicking this ball around with you over the next few minutes.
Well, let's start then with that point about obviously the league stopping. I mean, why is it that they're taking this as seriously as they are?
Oh, if I put that question to anyone here and say that someone questioned it, they'd bite your head off. Let's remember that our Champions League, the Libertadores, it started in 1960 explicitly because Europe had a champion. It was an explicit response. All right. You've got a champion there in Europe. We'll have a champion this side, and then we'll have a match to see who's the best in the world. Now, that's absolutely vital to the soul of South American football. So this kind of competition, it's an absolute dream come true for them. The chance to prove themselves against those rich European cousins. So it's a tournament here with massive potential rewards, but also risks. Because the risk is playing against the sides from outside Europe, who Brazilians tend to look down their nose at. In the Continental Cup that happens at the end of every year, you see that carrot and stick thing so clearly, because the dream is always to play the Europeans and beat the Europeans, and it hasn't happened for a long, long time. Last time it happened was Corinthians beating Chelsea in 2012. But the risk is losing the semi-final to a side from outside Europe. So this is a tournament which, for the South Americans, has tremendous possible rewards, both financially and, more important to them, I think, to the fans, in terms of prestige, proving the strength of South American club football. But there is the potential banana skin of losing to sides outside Europe.
Just to add to that, Tim, because I was in Doha. I think it was 2019 when Liverpool played Flamengo. I think, James, you might have been in Abu Dhabi in 2021. Chelsea beat Palmeiras. Yeah. One thing that struck me both occasions was the absolute huge following that the Brazilian teams had, and I think fans in Europe won't kind of grasp how big it is to teams in South America, especially Brazil. It seems that the Brazilian teams, Flamengo particularly, have got this desire to prove that they are heavyweight football clubs.
Well, Argentine teams have sent supporters in mass numbers as well to these games, depending on fluctuations of the economy and the exchange rate. There'll be probably a little bit less support than there would have been were it not for political developments in the United States at the moment, but there will still be mass support. I think it's the South Americans and especially the Brazilians who are right up there at the top of people who've bought tickets for this Club World Cup.
Well, Tim, could you just talk us through, for the uninitiated, the 6 South American teams?
Well, if Brazil has really cut away from the pack in South America in recent years, and the last 6 finals of our Libertadores, our Champions League, have been won by Brazilians. 4 of them have been all Brazilian affairs. That's unprecedented dominance, and you're really seeing Brazil cut away from the pack. So we've got 4 teams from Brazil and 2 from Argentina. The 2 most serious contenders are Flamengo and Palmeiras. Very strong sides, very, very deep squads, very, very motivated squads. They're the ones to really watch, I think, with the possibility of going all the way in this tournament. Both have interesting coaches. Felipe Luis, a great hope of Brazilian coaches. We haven't had too many top-class Brazilian players turn to coaching. Right, contrast this with Argentina. So Felipe Luis, former Chelsea, former Atletico Madrid left-back, he's got a very, very deep squad there at Flamengo. The Palmeiras coach is Portuguese, Abel Ferreira, and he really is one to watch. There's a lot of the young Mourinho about him, both in terms of his brilliance as a coach and maybe excesses of behaviour as well. And he can always find a plan. He's very, very, very impressive. So the strongest 2, I think, are Flamengo and Palmeiras. Botafogo are the reigning Brazilian and South American champions, but they've sold a few players. They're going to be selling more after the Club World Cup. and I don't think they're as strong as they were last year. Fluminense, I think of the four Brazilians are probably the weakest. Although they have one or two interesting players, but I'd be surprised if they go really deep into the competition. For the Argentine sides, it's the big two, River Plate and Boca Juniors. Boca are in a real mess. They've had a terrible time. Just bringing in a new coach, meet the new coach, same as the old coach. He's back for his third spell. He's the coach who led them to their last Libertadores triumph, Miguel Angel Russo, back in 2007. So I think there's a fear that Boca might be humiliated. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they'll close ranks and make sure they're solid, but it's hard to see them going all the way. River Plate, very deep squad. Marcelo Gallardo, the coach, is extremely highly rated. His second spell hasn't been anything like as glittering as his first spell so far. They have some interesting players, but I'll be interested to see if they can balance a desire to attack with the necessity to defend at the level at which they'll be competing over the next few weeks.
I think a lot of European fans in particular will be quite looking forward to watching some of the South American teams and trying to pick the next, South American gem who's going to move to Europe and be the next big thing. Is there any players in those teams who have qualified who you think may use this tournament as the stage to kind of really, bring themselves up into public consciousness?
Well, there's a couple there who are already moving to Europe straight afterwards. The big one is Estevão, who's going to Chelsea. Started, 18-year-old, just turned 18. Started for Brazil last night and didn't do badly at all. He's an extraordinary talent. The best thing that's come out of Brazilian football since Neymar, I think. And another one who's
Okay, hello. Can you hear me? Anybody home? Say hi. Hi. We are here, back again. All right. How everybody is feeling today? I know many people are about to go to bed, but you have to watch the game. It's the opposite now, because before it used to be us watching the Premier League 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and you guys enjoying the Premier League in normal times. Now you're gonna have to watch the Club World Cup in normal hours, so you can understand how we have what we go through here. So hello everybody, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, good whatever time it might be in your location. Get around and let's have a conversation, my friend. Okay, is there anybody got the lineup for the two teams? I don't know. Let me double check. Check. All right. Check everything. Strength. All right. So, okay. Let's check on some website. Luis Suarez and Leo Messi, they are going to play. I don't know how much they still got. Do they have juice? I don't know. I'm checking. It looks like the lineups are not there yet. I think it's gonna be there in about 11 minutes. Where is my clock? I'm supposed to have like the timer somewhere. Let me double check. There we have it. The timer is there for people to see how many minutes we still have. All right, people. So adjust this a little. It's okay. Good. Yeah, these messages were there from long time ago. Long time ago. David say, evening brother, watching from Namibia. Hello, Namibia. And then Oda, Chukwudi. Evening brother, watching from Nigeria. Niger is in the building. And of course, you have the link. If you have time to call us, call. You don't have time, no problem. We're gonna be here talking football. Let's check on some headlines, transfer news. Romano said here, what? Here we go for this brother here. Gattuso. Gattuso becomes the new coach for his country. Yeah. I think they wanted Ranieri, but Ranieri said, no, I am too old for that role. I have to leave the place to the younger generation. And I think Ranieri is going to have he got a job in the office at Roma. So he doesn't have to stress anymore about coaching and all that. But Gattuso, let's wait and see what's going to happen, because this brother, everywhere he goes, he got fired or he quit. So many jobs. In the last 2 years, I think he's been like in 6 jobs. That will be the 3 months, he's out. 6 months, he's out. Like something always goes wrong, including in Marseille, where people really wanted him because, you know, Marseille people are like vibrant people. They like a little bit of character. But even over there, it didn't work out for him. So, and he was coaching another team like a few days ago that he literally quit. He used to be a very angry guy on the pitch, Gattuso, where, man, he can headbutt people, push people, fight. Yeah, we don't see character like him in football today, because everything is becoming very soft. Everything you do is a yellow card. The second yellow, you out. Don't do this, don't do that. But back in the day, it used to be like, hey, a little bit of, you know, man-to-man physicality, real fight. You are like, now we are like a bunch of babies. Football is gone. The game is gone, man. The game is officially gone. So we have, here we go for Gattuso to Italy. This guy here, yeah. And Stefano Paoli, who quit or who was sacked by Italy, he is going to Saudi, isn't it? Yeah. He's gonna sign 3 years, grab the bag. No, not Saudi. Yeah, he was offered the job to Saudi and he said no. So he's going to Fiorentina. Fiorentina from the national team to Fiorentina. Some coaches, they might be good with the national team and not good with the club. And the opposite too. Some coaches, they just can't handle to wait for the national team after month and month. They want to walk every single day with the players. So I think Stefano Pioli could be one of those coaches that they do good when they walk every single day with players. But when they have to choose a bunch of players that will be there for 2 weeks or 3 weeks in the national team, they struggle, you know. So that is the way it is. Okay. Aaron George. Mr. George say what? He was called the Tasmanian demon or devil back in the day. Okay. Tasmanian demon. That's strong. Gattuso, you mean, right? Because he just he just was like Roy Keane, you know, character like that. We don't have them anymore in football because, like I said, football is soft, very, very soft at the moment. You don't see that. Arsenal are trying to get the job done, to get this deal done. This brother is focused now on Arsenal. Victor Gyokeres. He is focused to Arsenal. It doesn't mean that Arsenal are focused on him. Because Arsenal, we know that they've been working on Sesko for weeks and months now. And it looks like between the sporting director and the coach, the manager, Mr. Arteta, they have different point of view. Arteta want Sesko, Berta want Gyokeres. But it looks like Gyokeres is the guy that Arsenal will sign. Yeah, it's going to be Arsenal. If they had somebody, if they had like a killer, a proper number 9 in the last couple of years, I think they were going to win the league. Now, they're going to get finally a number 9, but also other teams are going to be better than last season. Last season was really like easy for them after City collapsing. Everybody was expecting, you know, normally, naturally, Arsenal supposed to be in that number 1 spot. But now that you missed your chance, even if you buy a proper number 9, it could be a little bit late because look at Manchester City. Lord. Manchester City, look at since January until now, they bought like, I don't know, 5 or 6 key players. Cherki is going to cook. Mamouche is cooking already. Reijnders is going to be phenomenal. They're just doing good. They just can't stop buying some very, very good players. So, City to get better, Chelsea to get better. Nobody cares now about Chelsea because of they don't buy like big names, but you know, it's low key, low profile, and Liam Delap might surprise many people. So every team is gonna get better. Even Spurs under Thomas Frank, they're gonna get better. So Arsenal have even tougher job. But when the job was there and like missing 1 key player or 2 key players to get the job done, they missed it. So your cycle is done. Arsenal for life. Your cycle is end of a cycle already and you didn't win anything. You want Gyokeres? Okay. Well, if I was Arsenal, I like Sesko. The profile of Sesko. I'm not talking about necessarily a name here, but I think sometimes when you struggle to break the low blocks, you need somebody tall. You need that physical presence in the opposition box where he can create a little bit of chaos and you take advantage out of that. You know, I'm an old school guy here, so this guy, he's good. Gyokeres is good, but he's kind of not have like the physical presence that you need in the box. He drops a lot, you know, and connect the link up and score some amazing goals. But when it comes to that ugly guy in the box, you need Sesko. But nobody cares if he comes and bang 25 goals next season in the Premier League, 10 other goals in the Champions League and Carabao Cup. And nobody cares. People care about you scoring goals, not necessarily about your profile. So if Arteta go for him, he knows exactly how he's gonna use him. I'm just wondering if, you know, he's been forced to get him instead of Sesko. So if something goes wrong, he's gonna be like, yeah, I told you. I wanted Sesko. But Sesko is a very good player. Don't sleep on Sesko. He's a very, very good player. Okay, do we have lineups? No. Who got the lineup, people? Let's double check. I think the lineup should be already there. Inter Miami FC. I think they're gonna publish it very, very soon. Yeah, 10 seconds. I think it's gonna be somewhere. Feel free to call or comment or say something so we can have something to say in the show. Not many people really excited about this. I think many people are just, yeah, it's just another game, right? The tournament hasn't really like create any kind of excitement around here, but in the stage like, let's say, quarter, semis, and the finals, I think people are gonna pay more attention to the tournament. For now, nothing. Where can we find Inter Miami? Let me see. Club World Cup. Club World Cup. Yeah. Yeah, double checking if I can have the lineup. I think it's time for them to publish the lineup. Delayed. I don't know why. The game is less than an hour to go. Less than an hour to go, so can't find the lineup here. Probably I should check on another website. Let's see if I can find it. FIFA World Cup. FIFA Club World Cup. Oh, okay. The build-up is here. Oh, they are trying to sell me share. Here, leave me alone, man. I don't want to buy tickets. 57 minutes to go. Boom, 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 boom. Lineups, boom. Okay, so I have the lineup here, but I don't have it on social media. I don't have it on Twitter, but for Ahly, Mohamed El Shenawi, they have Ibrahim, they have Dari, they have Hani, another Mohamed Ali Ben Romane, Trezeguet, Hamdi Fati, not Hasso Fati, Marawatan, Atia, Ashu, Koka, and Abdul Ali, Wissam Abdul Ali. So a little bit complicated names to pronounce. I'm gonna have a time to put on the screen. And for Inter Miami, they have Oscar Ustari. I was thinking it was going to be Calendar, but now they go for another goalkeeper. Thomas Aviles, Jan Fry, Noah Allen, Massimiliano Falcon, Sergio Busquets, Segovia, Ronaldo, Luis Suarez, Lionel Messi, and Allende. Tadio Allende. Okay, so the lineup is 55 minutes to go only. I'm trying to find the lineup to put on the screen. They haven't updated here yet. Interesting. Yeah, now I think we can see it. Look at Miami, pink. I don't know why they are not updating their lineup here. They're just trying to sell different things. Look at those kids. Cute. Miami. Yeah, look at this. It's still like sunny in Florida, and even here. The sun goes off around like 9 p.m. slowly and surely going down. But right now it's sunny. It's hot in Florida and all the eastern part of the country. Hot dog. People are having fun outside the stadium now. This is the problem with America, right? Not the problem, but a good problem to have. It's like on a game day, match day, people go around the stadium, like close to the stadium. They cook, they make some hot dog. They drink a lot. It's just like an event, just like a main event. Have good time before you get to the game and stuff like that. This is like a tradition here in America, especially like college football, college sport, which is like university thing. So this is like a tradition that people love to do. Cook. Okay, so finally we have the lineup here. Inter Miami, I already said. Get Leo Messi, man. Leo Messi. Messi. Obododum. Okay, let me read some more comment here. Ohio, Mr. Kim, calling or watching from Cincinnati, or what city in Ohio? Dayton, Ohio, or Memphis? No, Memphis is Tennessee. What are you talking about? What town are you from? Ohio, my friend. So this is Leo Messi lineup on the screen. It's going to be interesting game. Very interesting indeed. For some people, not for everybody, because people, yeah. Let's check on Chelsea, who are in the US now preparing for the game on Monday. You see the gaffer here coaching. Okay. Interesting. The gaffer is coaching. Nothing updated here. Let double check on BBC Live. They always like publish like many websites don't really care about this game. I don't know why. It's a beautiful game. Messi plays football tonight. Okay, so let's go to. So let's check on some pictures from Chelsea. Chelsea training today. It's in Philadelphia, Philly. Moises Caicedo shooting and bending it like Beckham here. And you see Romeo Lavia enjoying some ice tub here. It's very cold, but outside it's hot. So you got into that. You feel good for a couple of minutes and you are freezing. You are like, no, get me out of here. But ice tub is always very, very good. Mike Penders. Mike Penders is a young goalkeeper, 19 years old, that just joined the team. It's going to be interesting to see if he's going to stay at Chelsea or go on loan. Enzo Fernandez, you can see him in training. I don't know, man. Like when it's hot, they tell you not to wear like black clothes, you know. And Chelsea, what they choose for training? Black kit. I know that the black absorb, the black attract the heat. But these are special clothes. These are special clothes that scientists and all kind of tests been made before they put the technology out. So I hope it's not like very hot when they wear this this black training kit. Let's wait and see. Yeah, see the boys. Yeah, this Nicholas Jackson getting the slap. For what? For participating with Senegal, or Senegal beating England or something. You see the Nicholas Jackson. Nicholas Jackson. All right, Trevor Chalobah, Jehovah's son. Always there for Chelsea, even if Chelsea don't like him, he always do what he's supposed to do. Bailed Chelsea out so many times this season. Even last season, even the season before that. Okay. Let's go. With Trevor Chalobah there. This is more pictures from Mike Penders. Boy, it looks good, but you have to be exceptional. In goal, don't be like Robert Sanchez or Kepa Abragadabra. Be yourself. Noni Madueke. I don't understand why many people want to sell Madueke. Like many people think that he's not good enough. But I've seen progress in the last couple of seasons. Keep on improving all the time. So, give Noni a break, man. Look at this boy. Robert Sanchez, hair remontada, doing his thing in goal. Who's gonna be in goal on Monday? I'm not too sure. I don't know if Maresca is gonna try the new boys like Isugo, Penders in goal, because on paper it's not gonna be like a wow game. We play against LAFC. LAFC are in the middle of the season, so probably they are more fit than Chelsea. But in terms of quality, right? In terms of quality, we are not a team yet. In terms of... we're not a team. We have quality and we can beat them, and we will beat them. I think LAFC in the mud. Olivier Giroud, my brother, thank you, but we have to beat you this time, all right? You need to obey. Christopher Nkunku, I don't know for what reason Maresca decided to take him to America, because the guy checked out already long time ago. I have no doubt about his quality though, but he's feeling frustrated, being played out of positions, and you know, I can understand him, because if I was him, I was going to do probably the same. So it's going to be interesting what kind of role we give him. It's Maresca still trust him. Maresca still wanna keep him in the team. But if you keep him in the team, you have to play him. You know, you don't have to wait until a month or 3 weeks to play 5 minutes. You know, makes no sense. But it is what it is. How time it is in your location, people. I know many people are like 1 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock. It's going to get ugly for some people trying to watch the game. You know the meme from like Mr. Bean, where he took like he put like what it's called, the toothpicks on his eye, so the eye can still open, so he doesn't slip. I think that is what many people overseas are gonna do if they wanna watch Leo Messi play football. Liam Delap, look at this brother, man. Looking good and looking ready. And the young man behind him is Tyreek George, made in Cobham. Cobham product. Yeah, he looks good. He got the physique. I think he got a little bit of an attitude. He doesn't speak a lot, though. He's a soft-spoken kind, but probably a cold killer. That's what Chelsea want to see. And on and on Monday, he had the opportunity to show us that the number 9 is not cursed, you know? Because many people say, like, that number, man, don't wear that number. So Delap is gonna score on Monday, in my humble opinion. I'm preparing my video for Monday game against LAFC, so stay tuned for that. The game is gonna be played in Georgia, in Atlanta, Georgia, Mercedes-Benz Stadium. So interesting. Liam Delap need to score. When he scores, and then everybody's going to be a little bit calm about the number 9 thing. Nobody's going to care about that, you know. The curse doesn't exist. It's just a superstition that people put in mind for, you know, for drama reasons, really. A number won't curse anybody. If you are bad, you are bad. You're not going to become Eden Hazard if you wear his number 10 shirt. You know what I mean? So if you wear number 9 and you bang some goals, there's no difference than wearing number 45 or something. So this time is the time that we will put to bed, you know, the narrative about the number 9 jersey and blah, 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 blah. Liam Delap is going to prove people that the number is blessed. I'm positive that he's going to have very, very good season. So on Monday, I wanna start him instead of Jackson. Yeah, you heard it. So Jackson is going to get frustrated from the bench. So he's like, I've been working here for 3 years and you don't respect me and you benching me. So when you come with that kind of anger and determination, you want to get your place back. This is the reason why Didier Drogba was always going from, from strength to strength. whoever you bring, he's gonna just finish that guy. You bring Anelka behind Drogba, you know, Sturridge behind Drogba. Anybody that was brought to fight with Didier Drogba, Drogba always put him down. So, yeah, I can't wait for the first goal of Liam Delap on Monday. For people who are asking me where to watch, I don't know what is your location, but if you are in the US, you can watch it on free actually from DAZN USA. Just get to their website, register, blah blah blah. They're gonna give you a lot of details. You fill the details, they send you an account. I don't know if it's gonna be really free because they are offering like other options of like a upgrade, so you can be like the side camera. You can be just like you are on the pitch, you know, the technology and drones. So they're gonna show you every single angle in very, very detailed and all that. The other day I had it. I paid for a game that was offering that, and I was like, whoa, this is better than being in a stadium, you know. But you don't have to pay it if it's free. You watch a normal game, but if you wanna really zoom it to like stadium experience, side pitch experience, you can pay extra money to do so. All right, I'm preaching too much here. Noni Slonina Gaga, this is my brother, man. Nice to see him. He had a very bad injury at the end of last season. I don't know what team he went on loan again, Barrow or whatever game in League One, huh? Or League Two, I don't know. He came back half the season because he was injured. Now he's in the team. I don't think he's how old? Like 19, 18 again, another teenager. I don't think he's ready yet for Chelsea. Can go on loan, but the problem with goalkeepers is like only one goalkeeper, so you have to wait for years before even you confirm your place. So you better just go play somewhere else week in and week out and hope that you could be making the list for the World Cup. Because if you stay at Chelsea, they are not going to give you enough time. They are not going to bench Robert Sanchez and put you. You might have to wait for like a League Cup, you know, something like that. We are not in the Conference League anymore. It's the Champions League where you have to always play your best. So Gaga is an interesting point, interesting one. Okay. Moving on. So we talked about Gaga from Chicago. All right. Let's go and talk about some other people. I'm going too fast. We talked about Delap. Uncle Tosin is cooking. Trevor Chalobah, the son of God himself. And Andrew or Andre Santos. This guy we've been waiting for. Baller, absolutely baller. Last season in the French league, he was absolutely unstoppable. Captain of Strasbourg. Amazing. So Chelsea midfield is kind of congested with quality in a good way, though. When you have Santos, you have Moises Caicedo, Lavia, you know. Enzo Fernandez. That is the best midfield in the world right there. Or people can argue on, you know, Joao Neves at PSG and all the other boys. But, man, I'm going to back my boys. I'm going to say Chelsea got the best midfield in the world. And we don't even, like, most of the time we want Cucurella to invert or James to invert, so we create like overload in the midfield. So we have one of the best defenses in the world. So Chelsea, we are there. Next season, get ready. Get ready, we're coming for you. Yeah. Can't wait. It's so much excitement about next season, man. What a season it's gonna be. We just need more finishers, people who try, people who shoot from distance, people who bully people, you know. We want bully. Marc Cucurella was one of the best. If Caicedo didn't win it, Cucurella could have won the player of the season. Wow, this guy, since Pochettino found his normal position, inverting him in the midfield, he was, no, this is my position, and he's everywhere. You see the hair in the defense now. Next minute, you see the same hair in the opposition box trying to win a header. Man, this guy got a high football IQ, Cucurella. But he didn't start good at Chelsea, though. This brother started poorly. You know why? Because he's not a traditional fullback. He struggled, tracking back, going up and down. That is not his thing. His thing is inverting in the midfield, creating chaos, helping pretty much everybody, to be honest. Malo Gusto in training now. I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to get the rest they need and play on a Monday. Do not underestimate LAFC. They are in the middle of the season. They are fitter, ready. But Chelsea players are coming from break or international teams and all that. So they're going to be very, very tired at some point. So Chelsea need to kill the game on time. Kill the game 3-0 in the first half. The second half, 1-0. So we won 4-1. Olivier Giroud is going to score against us a header. Because Robert Sanchez is going to be in goal. So he's going to pass the ball to Giroud, and Giroud is like, oh, yes, I've been gifted. So he might gift a goal to somebody from LAFC. Nicholas Jackson, I'm loving the attitude now. When Chelsea announced Delap, he congratulated him. He was like, yeah, welcome. And that's what we need. Competition in every single post. You know, you have to fight for your place and not be so comfortable because you know if you're not there, nobody is going to do your job. And now you know that somebody is there. If you're not performing, you are out of the door. I think my stream is a little bit delayed. It looks like when I talk here, to get it to do another screen, looks like a little bit delay, but that is normal because of my location. Okay. So I think Chelsea are going to have a very good tournament. Even if they don't win, but they're going to go far. Minimum quarterfinals. Minimum. And we know that we want to bring it home. What a trophy, man. Beautiful trophy. Let's bring it home. (30 minutes, 50 seconds to go in my location, my friends. If you have a question, you have to ask. Otherwise, 30 minutes to go, and then I'm going to leave you with commentary, audio, and all the good stuff on the screen. It's going to be epic. It's going to be nice because some people are at work. They can't watch, so they're just like listening to amazing commentary from the channel. Again, smash the like button if you haven't. God will bless you. Let's do it. Liam Delap looks ready. The physique is there. The IQ is there. This brother is going to prove people wrong. Prove people is not always about 100 million player. It could be about 30 million player. And in the history of Chelsea Football Club, when they use common sense on the market, they ended up always by getting somebody good. But when we go panic buy big names, it's just often a big failure. You know, you have to be a normal price for you to be successful at Chelsea. Many factors. So, Mr. Nkem, what are you doing? What do you do in Ohio, bro? Going to school? You going to University of Ohio? Ohio University, or walking, making money? What do you do over there in Ohio, my brother? They have a good team over there in Cincinnati. Cincinnati FC, where like ex-Chelsea player Matt Miazga plays for that team called, I don't know if he's still there because I haven't really watched a lot of MLS this season. I watched a few games, especially Inter Miami, Atlanta DC, and the other one, which game? The White Cat from Canada. So I haven't really followed closely because I have so much to do, and the scheduling is like suspect. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. 28 minutes to go until the kickoff, people. If you have time, please call us. The link being provided for everybody. Or just ask a question and let's keep the conversation going. Or just smash the like button or the dislike button, you know. Like or dislike, just for engagement on social media. Andre Santos, this guy also is going to surprise many people, my friends. He is the real deal. And it's going to be a little bit congested, that midfield, though. It's going to be a big fight. Unfortunately, we're going to have to sell some of our midfielders, like Ugo Chukwu. He's not even on the list. I think Chelsea are going to sell him for profit or loan him out. And we saw like James plays also in the midfield with Kukurea inverting. So we have many options in the midfield. Chalobah is somebody that Chelsea can't afford to sell, regardless of the narrative. He's not a bling player. He's not from France or from Argentina. Yeah, he's Cobham, right? England. So some respect to that guy. The attitude is on point. You would never see him complaining like Garnacho, causing chaos and bunch of stuff. No. The guy is always there when you need him, and he delivers. He delivers on point. But there are some people who just don't want you to tell the truth. Because it's Cobham and we're supposed to hate them. So look at Jehovah's Son. Look at my boy Santos there. Look at the gaffer, Pedro Neto, and then the man himself, Cole Palmer. I have that good feeling that Cole Palmer is gonna have a very good tournament, you know, because he didn't have the chance to play in the Champions League with Chelsea. So this is the biggest stage. He is gonna prove people in this level that he is Cole Jermaine Palmer. Yes, Aziz, go on.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, waiting to clock out from work and go watch the club World Cup. What time is it starting?
In 25 minutes from now.
5 minutes. Okay, that's good. So when is Chelsea playing? Wednesday or so?
Monday.
What time?
Let me double check.
Oh, it has to be in the night though. Because,
yeah, it's gonna be just because they know people have to work, so it's gonna be probably 3 p.m. Eastern. I don't think it's gonna be that late.
It's gonna be too hot for those boys to play.
Say it again.
It will be too hot.
Yeah. Well, it's at 3 o'clock because they know that people need to go to work. If they start like, let's say 8 or 9 p.m., you know, and people need to go to work the next morning, they are not stupid.
3 p.m. Well, that would be too sunny for those boys to play.
It is what it is, man.
Yeah, because why are they even playing it in America? They should have taken it to like an European country to go play.
Come on.
Well, maybe because of the World Cup coming though.
This competition, they kind of force this calendar. They force the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
The schedule is already packed, and they force it just because of FIFA president. But
my own question is, are they going to pay those boys double for them going to that tournament? Because you can't just go there and be playing for free.
What tournament?
This tournament, this FIFA World Cup, they need to pay those boys.
Yeah,
they
are getting a lot of money.
One of them come home with injury. Our players won't have time to rest, to recover.
Mm-hmm.
And are we still going to go for pre-season?
That is a good question. Like, how? Because if you go to the final is on July the 13th. And when are you going to go to the pre-season? Because the players need at least couple weeks of rest. So let's say some players are going to go to preseason early and some other players are going to go a little late. And after that is like the Premier League don't want to even postpone their schedule. Like Manchester City and Chelsea begged them to postpone their games.
At least postpone our season for a week or so to recover.
Not even a season. Like other teams can start, but your game being postponed. It's just like, let's say, sometimes like when the Queen died or the weather is bad, they can postpone a game and then play in a different time when.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, we should forfeit the first game. We'll come back and play the first game.
That's the problem. Like they don't.
You understand what I'm saying? I don't mind forfeiting the first game. I'll come back and play it in a few days later, or maybe we'll play it in one time in December.
Like other leagues, they care about like their teams in international.
It's the money.
Premier League don't care because if you go to France, PSG are gonna get 2 extra weeks. You go to La Liga, the same. You go to Bundesliga, the same. They protect their teams in international competition. They can postpone games locally, like the Premier League. If, for example, their team is playing like on Tuesday, they can postpone the game just to give them advantage. But the Premier League don't do anything to help the teams that participate in big tournament. In Brazil, they already pause their league. Like they're not gonna play for a month because of the teams that are playing in the Club World Cup. So they took a break for the entire league. are on break for 1 month and they're gonna come back when the World Cup is over. So that is common sense. That's what you're supposed to do. Help your teams in Europe or in international competitions. Premier League don't want it. Chelsea and Manchester City officially asked them, but they said no, find a way. We're gonna play. You are going to play.
This is real bullshit, man, because these players need time to recover. You understand what I'm saying? And it's really unfair. It's really unfair. Because Premiership are only thinking about the money. Sometimes Premiership team, I remember back then when we used to have pride, like, we want the Premiership team to be the best league in the world. You have to protect your assets. We want the Premier League team to be playing in. Remember when Premier League were playing in the Champions League? How fit we were. You understand? Now it's more of a business now than you understand the legacy
they don't care about
the heritage of football in the Premier League. Now it's more of a business. I agree with football, you're here to make your business, but come on, give it back to the fans. We the fans were here before you guys.
Yeah. But it's all about getting as much money as possible.
You guys will leave, we fans will still be here. Show dreadlocks. It's unfair. Like, I don't know, it's just unfair. I'm gonna watch I'm not gonna be too hard if Chelsea doesn't qualify, but I'll just watch it to is the friendly. I don't take it serious.
Even if we win this tournament?
I don't take it serious. I'll be happy we win it. But I'm not gonna.
I think this got more value than the Conference League. I think people are gonna take it seriously from like the quarterfinals, semis, and the final. It's gonna get more exciting because it's gonna be big teams meeting each other.
That is why I said we needed most of our players that we loaned out to come in and help the team. Like people like Sterling, all of them, they should come in. Because I think it's 32. How many players are you meant to take to the tournament?
About 28 or 30. Around that.
Yeah, so you can take players from the academy.
Well, the problem with people like Joao Felix and Sterling and the players that they want to sell is if you got injured and you are stuck again in the team and you have to pay you 350k every single week for Sterling. So it's better now that they keep on looking for other teams instead of like taking risks. So, but I know what you mean. It's a good rotation really needed. A good rotation during this tournament. Like, I'm not gonna take anybody like lightly or everybody need to be taken seriously. But come on, when you play against like Esperance de Tunisie, Esperance, I don't think if you play Isugu instead of Caicedo, I don't think we're gonna lose because of that. Because every player that we have now got a certain level. They are quality, that's why we bought them. So people think that if you put your so-called B team and you're not gonna win, you have to play A team. No. Our B team is good enough to beat pretty much everybody. So you don't have to play.
One other question. What's the news about Mikhailo Mudryk? Are we scrapping his contract or what?
I think it's finished for him. When you are still in the team and they took your number and gave it to somebody else, it's over, man. I don't see him coming back. I think Chelsea knows something about it. They just don't publish it. I think he's going to get a heavy suspension, and I think Chelsea are going to take advantage because in those contracts that they sign, they have clauses in the contract that they will say, we have the right to terminate your contract if this happen in case of this and that. I think they're going to just find some polite way to end the contract or send him on loan. But I don't think he's going to be on the same money that he was. Like 110 K every single week for what really? I don't think that whoever decided to go for Mudryk need investigation. Because I don't know what kind of scout you do.
No, that stuff was let me tell you, that Mudryk deal was a PA move, so that
Russia and
Ukraine,
yeah,
because Abramovich left, and some of the, let's be frank. A lot of people hate Chelsea. Our rivals really hated Chelsea. They want Chelsea to go down. I just don't know why. Even before, I don't know, maybe after Roman Abramovich bought it, it's like, the traditional Manchester United, Arsenal, Liverpool hated the new kid in blood. The new kid in blood. In the blood. And what Chelsea did in the past 20 years, it brought hate to them that any little thing, investigate Chelsea. And you notice something about these media people, half of them are Manchester United fan, Liverpool fan, and Arsenal fan. So they will look for a way to push in an agenda. Because, we are living in a world of media and social media now. They're pushing an agenda saying, oh, look at Chelsea. How are they able to escape this ban? Because before, that transfer, that hotel we sold when we were looking for loopholes, it was normal. You could do it. But because Chelsea did it,
yeah, we have to close it, a loophole. Yeah.
They said no. But God shamed all of them. We qualified for the Champions League. They will look for other things to talk about. All these 150 charges that Manchester City had, if that was Chelsea, you see Jamie Carragher, all those wicked devil pundits. I'm calling them devils. I'm not hiding it. They will come out and be pushing agendas. Go Bridge from Manchester United. Terry from
I don't know, like seriously, I don't watch all those people because I know they are there for audience and for money and talk a lot of nonsense. I don't watch them at all. Long time ago, maybe 5 years ago, but now unless if somebody like clip them, unless if somebody clip them like on social media for a few seconds, but I don't really like sit there and watch them because it's a lot of nonsense.
You guys are in the same business, so it's just like everybody in the same line of business. That's your competitor. Regardless, you won't want to watch it. You get what I'm saying?
The problem is that they are doing it for business. I don't do it for business. That's why I don't tell people what they want to hear, because those people, they know that if they get mad or they say some kind of, they curse this, that's what people want to hear, not a normal show that people talking normally.
Yeah, I get you.
So they got a way, they created a gimmick,
AFTV.
Like a gimmick is like WWE, where you have to be a certain, that is not you, but you lying to people that way because that's how you put.
Imagine this house. Imagine me being in Sky Sports, not cuss, not yelling, not ranting.
Yeah,
you know that. Yeah, you know that's fake. Because me, I'm a passionate fan. I will hear everybody. I don't care. Because I'll be bored of myself. Because I can't be a gimmick. I can't copy what other people are doing. You get what I'm saying? I'll be true to myself.
That's right. So it is what it is. Leo Messi in the building.
Oh yeah. They created this tournament for Leo.
I'm afraid they're not gonna make it the next round though.
Yeah, but I won't be surprised if Leo take this team all the way through, because Leo is the kind of player he can do the unthinkable.
Yeah, this is not Argentina, bro. This is Inter Miami, and the respect that brother is getting in the MLS, he's not gonna get it from African brothers, like from Casablanca or whatever. They wanna just get one on you. They wanna show you that, hey, I did this to Messi,
It's Messi. Let me tell you, because there's something about Ronaldo and Messi. Even in their old age, because it's Ronaldo and Messi, you'll be starstruck. Ooh, this is Messi I used to watch when I was a kid. This is Messi. This is Ronaldo. I used to watch when I was a baby. Your mind, your focus won't be there. You know when he did one, and he's gone.
That's the problem, though, because in here in the MLS, I watch almost all the Inter Miami like games because we have an Apple TV subscription here at home. So I watch them. It's always like very late, so you kind of relax going to bed and watching it. The respect that Messi is getting is just even embarrassing because every game, the opposition team, they will bring their wives, their mothers, their grandmothers, their second cousins, everybody in the stadium because they wanna talk to Messi. So people have a queue after the game, a queue of people waiting for Messi to sign autograph because they are, they know some players. So I even feel sorry for Messi because he need to stay there for a long period of time signing, taking pictures, pretending that he's smiling even though he's pissed, but he's gonna So what do you expect? People to put tackles on Messi and injury Messi and you're gonna be in trouble. You are the guy who injured the GOAT, right? So people gives him too much respect. He's gonna walk the entire time. And then when they pass him the ball, he got energy, and when he starts speeding, you're not gonna see anybody take a risk of like last minute tackle to Messi because they don't wanna injure him. It's just like a product. It could bring you a lot of trouble. So that respect, yeah, they are good. Him and Ronaldo, we all know that, but I think it's just killing sport at the moment. Even Ronaldo himself, the respect that he's getting from the oppositions is just, oh, this is Ronaldo, man. Give him some space. Looks like the opposition team are just praying like, hey, let this guy score because he's the GOAT, But they are not in the level that they used to be 5-7 years ago. So it is what it is. The game is about to start in 8 minutes, people.
Let me clock out from work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Clock out. Drive safely. You might find me here when you get home. No problem, my friend. No problem, Aziz. No problem. You come back when you want. Let's see. Chelsea are the bad boys and get crushers that broke the establishment and spoiled their little by investigation only card game. Okay. But everything is gonna end one day. So even the establishment, they can do whatever they want, but the next generation is not gonna be the same. So establishment is gonna go down. Even the empire, even Roman Empire, okay, was destroyed. So slowly and surely, those people are afraid of losing their status, but they are losing it already. It is what it is. They have to accept it. All right, so let's see. Today, our boy scored 2 goals and 1 assist. Giovanni Kenda. He played for his country, Portugal, in Euro under 21. He is absolutely a baller. This brother is something else, man. This kid is something else. Absolutely baller. Chelsea are lucky to have him. Got him on time. And unfortunately, he's gonna be playing one more season away because he was going to come here and destroy everybody in the Club World Cup and go to the Premier League and destroy everybody. Scary to think about what's going to happen with Kenda Estival Willian, Kendry Pius, and they have Cole Palmer, who's going to be their big brother already by the time Kenda join. Palmer is going to be like 24, 25 on his prime, big brother. Interesting because Chelsea are doing some business. So Gattuso is the new Italian coach. Also, he's gonna headbutt somebody really in the national team. This brother can't keep the job. Like everywhere he goes, he got sacked like after 3 months or 4 months because of his his antics. He's gonna get in fight with the board, with the directors, with everybody, with other coaches. It's always boom. But this is the national team. We don't know how he's gonna be. Let's see if he can take Italy to the World Cup and then win it. I think he got so frustrated that, why can't you do this? It used to be very easy for me to do this and that. Look at you. I think that is the spirit. When it comes to like very good players, they end up by not being good managers because they just can't understand. Mikhailo Mudryk can't control the ball. How did you become a professional, right? They're like, man, come on, man. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the other day, they asked him, would you become a manager, a coach or something? He said, no, ever, because during the game, I will kick the shit out of 4 players, and at the end of the game, I will beat the hell out of 8 players already. I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're right. Like this prima donna players in this generation of like people are absolutely average and they think that they achieve something because they play in a little system that fit them somehow. Yeah, people like Zlatan, no man. He's gonna kick the hell out of you. Look at David Beckham, Sir. He's Sir David Beckham. Because he been knighted by the king. So he's Sir David Beckham now. His brother. Because of his charity work. How about because of a lot of women and girls that that he was champion? All right. The game is about to start, people. I am preparing my stream. I'm going to take a break and probably come back. I'm going to leave everything on the screen. Don't go away. I'm fixing my stream behind the scenes. The game is about to start in 2 minutes.
Thanks, FIFA production. We see you. Yeah, Brad, have you been able to find the square tag in the room?
I think they had a few rehearsals. I'm glad nobody took a tumble on the step.
That's pretty incredible, Yeah, Mo, there's a lot of red jerseys in that crowd right now.
A lot of red jerseys. I'm sure they all made that trip too. I know you asked on the base there in the US, but you know they travel, they support their team. They're a proper traditional club that have history, they have an identity, and you know, just like Brett mentioned, also, you know, this is a way for them to also showcase that. It's just not what happens on the field. This is an opportunity for them to come and bring their fans and showcase their fans to the world too.
And the fans are showing up. You saw Messi, they're all smiles.
But also you could look at the pictures from the last championship that they won. They're accustomed to be under pressure. Yeah. The France are loud. Yeah. So, I mean, this is a good tournament for them.
This is a great tournament.
Look at, saw the picture there of the trophy. Obviously, there's going to be more than a few players that will be looking to place that after a few weeks. And it's, like I said, it's going to be an exciting couple of weeks. And for soccer lovers here in the U.S., to be able to have this football here with us in our country, it's going to be an amazing tournament.
And also be able to showcase this sport to people here in America too. I feel like it's continuing to grow. Obviously, overseas it's the biggest sport, but here in America it's continuing to grow. It's cool to be able to have this tournament here and showcase that to the U.S.
Amazing. Much more, yes, a year away from a massive World Cup that everyone is looking forward to arrive. And I came here to the US back in 2003. We were touring with Barcelona, and from that to here, it's been a massive change. I remember we were playing against Juventus, AC Milan was there, and I was thinking, these are the best of best players in the world. And we were having maybe 10,000, 7,000 people here watching the games, and we were in Boston and Washington and New York. And it was surprise for me to arrive there and like not much. And now, have a look, all the stadiums are almost full every single weekend. Yeah. You can see that the kids want to play more football. They are all around trying to be involved. Parents are pushing the kids to play. So I think there has been a massive change, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is fantastic, and it's going to be showcased all around the United States. A new look, Club World Cup format, 32 teams, all battling it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a massive fan of the sport here, and I played MLS from 2003 up to 2007, I think it was. Sorry, 2007 up until 2013. And the growth of the sport is unbelievable. People don't get to notice it and don't give the credit. But the sport in here, the appetite for the sport, the appreciation for it from everybody, and it's going to keep growing. And what is happening in the States, not only now in this tournament, but it's going to happen next year with the World Cup, I think it's going to catapult the sport to a different level.
I think the word you use there, catapult, is the right one, because you look at what '94 did in terms of the start of Major League Soccer and just the growth, right, that we've seen from the beginning of the league to where we are now. And I really think next summer the World Cup is going to do just that, and it's going to take it to the next level. It's going to really catapult the league forward, and that's exciting for us as
football. For that, what strikes me anywhere you go, there's academies, boys and girls. Everybody's playing sport, every part. There's academies all over the place, every state, every city. So the appetite for it keeps growing, and I mean, I'm excited.
It's massive that some of the most important players here in the US have been doing a great job in Europe. Pulisic, Musa, Reina. There are so many important players who have done an amazing job. So the kids that are now playing football, they are looking at someone that they are from the country. They have the opportunity to see themselves as potential professional football players.
But also is the market. The US exports more players than any other Latin American country. So this is a good trampoline for players around the world to go to the big stage. So I think the US is going to keep producing good players, and this league is going to keep growing, and the sport is going to keep growing in this country for sure.
Yeah, I remember when I came into the league in 2018. I mean, I came through the process of college, even the draft system and everything like that, and seeing the average age of players now that are in the league is much younger, right? And seeing the players that do go abroad, and I think it's such a beautiful thing to see that players, you know, obviously now playing in this Club World Cup for European teams, and the players, you know, the up-and-comers, let's say, they get to see them up close, you know, these so-called idols that they have in front of them. So I think it's only going to help raise the game, especially being a month out from the World Cup here in 2026. So it's beautiful.
Guys, it's going to be fun. Club World Cup journey starting right now. The stage is set. Luke Wildman, Brian Dunseth have you covered after.
Welcome to the Zone. Your all-access pass to the sports.
Good evening from Luke Wildman alongside Brian Dunseth. Over the next month, 32 clubs will battle to be crowned champions in a newly expanded tournament, bringing together the very best from all corners of the globe. And tonight, it begins in Miami with the hometown team led by one of the game's greatest ever, Lionel Messi, already winning 3 Club World Cup titles. But there is a much different challenge this time around. Egyptian champions Ahly providing the opposition for Miami in the opening game of Group A.
Well, Luke, you can feel the pressure and emotion of what this 90 minutes means to both teams. From what the tournament once was to now the new format, giving every team the opportunity to settle in and compete for 3 games in the group stage. Imperative to start well enough to capture points after the first 90 minutes played.
The stage is set across the United States, on which the game's greatest will perform. It all begins with Ahly and Lionel Messi's Inter Miami. The other 2 teams in Group A will get underway tomorrow in New Jersey, Palmeiras and Porto. But it's time for the talking to stop. And the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup is underway in Miami. And it's Ahly down the right side, the Egyptian champions who make the first foray forward. They qualified for the tournament by winning the CAF Champions League 23-24 season, the 22-23 season, and in 2021 as well. And they're on the front foot here in the opening moments as Trezeguet plays it in towards the edge of the box. Into Miami, unable to bolster their roster heading into this tournament, but there are significant additions for Ahly, and it is a first game in charge of a competitive match for their new head coach, the 49-year-old Spaniard Jose Rivero, who takes over having left Orlando Pirates last month. And it's picked up in midfield here by Redondo, going backwards for Aviles. A young back line for Inter Miami here with 2 21-year-olds, a 22-year-old in there as well, with some significant absences. No Jordi Alba, he's out with an injury. They're also missing David Martinez, who isn't available to start this one today. Derry gets it away at the back there for Ahly, but it comes all the way back here towards Aviles, the Argentine defender, out for the Young Florida-born right full-back Ian Frey, the 22-year-old, just holds his run and plays it inside. Redondo down the right for Miami. Supposed to be a home game for them, but there are plenty of red jerseys in the crowd. The Egyptian fans turning out in full force, and Wessam Abu Ali chasing forward. And Falcone able to turn and get this one away over to the far side.
Well, it's a great read from Falcone, but that's one of the weaknesses, or at least something to keep an eye on for Inter Miami as they get numbers forward, specific to both outside backs Noah Allen and Ian Frey. Isolated 1v1, Aviles and Falcone. How do they deal with speed and athleticism the moment that ball's played up and over the top?
Inter Miami, no problem going forward. It's been at the other end that they've had difficulties in both the League and Champions League so far this season. Allende chasing down the right side, being held off there by the 32-year-old central defender Yasser Ibrahim. Al-Ahly winning the Egyptian Premier League. They led the league in goals scored with 52. They had the best defence with 18 conceded, but there is the new man in charge. He took over from Marcel Koller. Koller was criticised for negative tactics, and Al-Ahly falling in the semi-final stage of the Champions League on away goals against Mamelodi Sundowns. They were the defending champions, but couldn't complete a successful defence of their title, so it's a new man at the helm.
Oh, a few days ago, Jose Riveros rolled out a similar starting formation, but the names and the jerseys have changed out of respect for Inter Miami. It was a 4-3-3, triangle point up, meaning two defensive midfielders were protecting that back four. But that slight switch, the sign of respect to Lionel Messi and Inter Miami, at what cost? And how quickly can they adapt to the awe of being on the same field of one of the most iconic players in the history of our game?
Javier Mascherano, the Inter Miami boss, won the Club World Cup in its previous format 2 times as a player. Made a substitute appearance in the final in 2011 against Santos. Started the 2015 final with Barca against River Plate. It's the Al-Ahly fans you can hear right now, but coming forward down the right, it's Frey. Inter Miami third in the Eastern Conference in Major League Soccer. They won back-to-back games to finish the month of May after going winless in 4 in the league. Winning the last 2 by 4-2 against Montreal and 5-1 against Columbus 2 weeks ago. Now the ball's played through the middle, and it's an early opportunity here for Wessam Abu Ali. And the referee will give a free kick. Wessam Abu Ali, the central striker, Danish-born Palestine international.
Oh, he's arrived only on Thursday after being away with the Palestinian national team. Isolated 1v1, gets away from Noah Allen. And as he splits the 2 center backs, he's in 1v1. And Ustadi with a huge save just 6 minutes in.
He scored 35 goals in 57 appearances since joining Al-Ahly. He was the leading scorer in the Egyptian league in his first year with the club. And right now, a high-tempo start to this game. Picked up here by Messi, but the referee giving the free kick.
Well, the number 22, Ashore, is picking up some really interesting spots. He's sitting just off the right shoulder of Redondo. And Aviles is already having to keep an eye on the number 9, who right now is just off that left shoulder at the top left side of your screen, and Abu Ali. On 2 occasions so far in the first 7 minutes, he's stretched this back line and asked questions about their athleticism when the ball is dumped or played through.
It's back with the veteran keeper, Mohamed El Shanawi, 36-year-old in goal. Here's Abu Ali down the right side as Noah Allen went chasing.
Well, this is the second time that Aviles has lined up an Al-Ahly player. He started just moments into the match with Abu Ali coming across. And Aviles dropped his shoulder in him, and that's what the manager, Jose Rivero, is asking for from the fourth official. This time, a shore comes through, and now Aviles is going to get a talking to from our referee. For Aviles, just 20 years of age, 13 appearances in Major League Soccer. And he's got to manage the emotions and the decision-making with his physicality that he brings to this starting 11.
He was sent off in the season opener this year, a 2-2 draw with New York City. Scored a goal in that game after 5 minutes and then got a red card 18 minutes later. Aviles on the ball. Into Miami in their first Club World Cup appearance. Segovia lays that one off, and across it comes for the 22-year-old Spaniard Redondo. Now Frey. Pushed backwards there by Trezeguet. Trezeguet, one of the new additions for Al-Ahly. And here come the Egyptian champions once again, and it is Trezeguet towards the edge of the box. Trezeguet sliding it through. It's a big save there from Mustari. Ashore getting in on goal. And the first really huge save from the veteran Argentine keeper. And here at the other end comes Lionel Messi for Inter Miami. Pushed forward towards the penalty area. And they couldn't get on the end of it. Noah Allen had pushed forward from fullback to try and get through. Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president, in the house, alongside some FIFA legends.
Well, you talked about this back line being very young, but being eager and excited is one thing. But right now, not only managing the emotions, more importantly, managing the tactics. Inter Miami is wide open in the first 9 minutes of this match.
It's been a fast-paced 9 minutes in Miami, at a venue where Lionel Messi won Copa America last year but was forced off with an injury in the final. Down the left side, it's Segovia up against Derry. Segovia battling, but played forward by Fatih. Messi picks it up just outside the box, no way through as he runs into Romdan, the Tunisian midfielder, and Romdan striding forward towards halfway. Space on the left side if they can find the ball out to Trezeguet. It comes there from ashore. Trezeguet cutting in one way, then the other, but no way through.
Well, he loves to dribble, the 30-year-old Trezeguet on this left-hand side. And the number 7 had a phenomenal goal in the training match against Pachuca the other afternoon. Experience at Aston Villa as well as Anderlecht. And if you give the number 7 for Al-Ahly time and space, he loves running at a 1v1 isolated defender.
It's announced in January he was going to sign a 5-year deal. Trezeguet, the 30-year-old Egyptian. Back with Al-Ahly, where he began his professional career in 2012.
You can already see Javier Mascherano and his coaching staff having a strong conversation with Federico Redondo, the number 55, preferred over Benjamin Kramaski. Redondo loves to get forward. He's venturous, but the questions will always be about recovery, whereas Kramaski and Yannick Bright, unavailable because of injury, covers every blade of grass in the midfield alongside Sergio Busquets.
Miami making 3 changes tonight from their last league game, which was the win against Columbus 2 weeks ago, with Frey, Aviles and Redondo coming in place of the injured David Martinez. Benjamin Kramaski and Marcelo Weigand are on the bench. Javier Mascherano talking about the fact that while Al-Ahly have strengthened, he would have loved to have had some additions for his Miami side, but it just wasn't possible to get anything done in time for the start of the tournament.
Well, we heard some quotes from Jorge Mas this week talking about Inter Miami needs to dictate the tempo with the ball.
Wonderful run from Frey down the right side, picked up here by Messi, the 8-time Ballon d'Or winner. Here it's Aviles. And Busquets. Rolls it all the way back towards Oscar Utari, who turns 39 in early July. Now the ball over the top, can't find Messi. Looked like a handball. It is indeed a handball given by the referee tonight, who is Alireza Fagani, the Iranian-born Australian FIFA official.
Well, we've already seen the delayed second runs from Ashur, but I think that contact with Aviles somewhere around 5 minutes ago was the moment in which he had picked up an injury that he's tried to gut through. But the layoff and the opportunity, he's looking for far post side net, and that is just a massive save. Back-to-back from Ustari, 1v1 moments, and again the 38-year-old goalkeeper coming up huge for Inter Miami.
Ustari's just signing a contract extension with Miami through the end of 2026, having initially joined on a short-term move last September. He's been Lionel Messi's teammate before in the Olympics in 2008. At the World Cup in 06, the Under-20 World Cup a year before that as well.
And it looks like Zizou is going to be the player that ultimately is going to be replacing Ashur. No way could he have predicted, and you can see the emotion, not just the physical pain, but what this opportunity means to the individual within the collective. Such a bright start and such an important player, as Jose Rivero is losing an attacking midfielder and Egyptian international that had 18 goals, 9 assists in all competitions for Al-Ahly.
And Ashur brings with him previous Club World Cup experience as well. In a second round win against Al-Ittihad in 2023, got a goal, but his Club World Cup this time around ends, and Zizou comes on for his debut. Big move from rival Zamalek, signing last week at the end of his contract. And he's on for his debut. Lionel Messi stands over it. Messi couldn't hit the target and trouble Mohamed El-Shenawi.
Lionel Messi set-piece opportunity from distance. And you can see what the idea is, trying to pick out that far post side net. El-Shenawi seemingly has it covered. But back to the substitution, Ashur coming off, Zizou coming on. Not only does it take away later in the second half an opportunity to bring in an impact player, but Luke, now you've burned a substitution pattern. Something tactically now Jose Rivero is going to have to take an account for.
Zizou, an Egyptian international, scored goals in both of the World Cup qualifying wins in March. 4 goals and 47 caps. And he gets his opportunity earlier than he would have expected after the injury for Imam Ashur. It was an early opportunity for Wessam Abu Ali. You mentioned Dunny, he just arrived on Thursday night, having been away on international duty. Scored a penalty in a 2-0 win against Kuwait. Also played in a 1-1 draw against Oman for Palestine in World Cup qualifiers. His fray down the right side for Miami.
Well, I thought Mo Adams in our pregame show used the fascinating quote, experience versus expectation. The expectation for Miami is to carry the game and put on a show. So how do you find that right balance between hiding maybe deficiencies that we've seen not only in Major League Soccer this season, but in particular we saw in the first 10 minutes of this match?
Messi trying to turn against Trezeguet. No way through there as Ramdan can bring it clear. 25-year-old up towards halfway. Trezeguet turns. Played forward by Atia, and then they'll go back to El-Shenawi. At the back, it's Yasser Ibrahim. He'll look wide to the right for Mohamed Hani. Down that touchline, trying to pick out Zizou. Zizou in a battle there with Falcone. Looked like it was a free kick. And indeed, the whistle does come from referee Alireza Fagani. It's his 3rd Club World Cup in charge. Had the whistle in 2013 in Morocco and 2015 in Japan.
Well, you can see the sly smile from Zizou, and the adjustment is that Trezeguet will play a little bit more on this interior side, and will have options to maybe replicate some of the potential movement we saw from ashore.
Trezeguet away down the left. Frey battling to get back there to halt the run. Is there a way through here? Nice ball from Trezeguet towards the edge of the box. He'll go and try and chase as well, but El-Shaarawy is able to claim Ustari, I should say, and he gets it quickly out here into the midfield where it's brought forward there by Allende, but play turned over. Zizou down the right. Into the feet of Arter in midfield.
Yeah, you can see the adjustment on that right-hand side. Fati's gone a little bit more central as Zizou has the opportunity to be a similar type of winger to the number 7, Trezeguet, on this near side.
Ramadan in the midfield. Fati playing it wide to that right side, and Hani, the fullback, down the touchline, couldn't find Zizou. Cut out over there on the far side by Noah Allen. Messi and Busquets in the starting 11 tonight for Miami have won the Club World Cup 3 times before in its previous format. In 2009, Messi scored the winner in extra time against Estudiantes. In 2011, he scored twice in the final, a 4-0 win against Santos with Barcelona. And then in 2015, Suarez and Alba also played as they beat River Plate 3-0, and Messi scored 1 and Suarez got 2.
Our referee has been very lenient on the last 2 challenges from Inter Miami with both Ian Frey and Falcon. And that's why the conversation right now with one of the most experienced players for Al-Ahli, Trezeguet, trying to make sure with that pull of the shirts right there, probably halfway through this game, a player's going to be shown yellow for that challenge.
Into the 19th minute of a frantic opening Club World Cup game as it's floated in towards the back post and headed away by Falcon. Chased over to the far side. Comes in towards the penalty spot, straight at Ustari. And Miami getting things going quickly here as it comes in towards Lionel Messi.
Oh, we've seen 3 really good chances for Al-Ahli that they have not been able to capitalize on in this first 20 minutes. How much will that come back to haunt them in the later stages of this match?
Aviles across the back for Falcon. 28-year-old Uruguayan defender. 17 appearances in all competitions this season for Falcon at the back. Scored against San Jose in a 3-3 draw in the middle of May. In his first year in Major League Soccer. Here's Messi. Forward it goes. Out comes the keeper El-Shaarawy to get there just ahead of Allen, who once again had pushed forward down the left side, and we've seen it so often already in the first 20 minutes where on the left side Allen goes forward, on the right side it's Frey, as Inter Miami are not shy about pushing their fullbacks upfield.
Well, for how incredible Lionel Messi's vision and range of passing is, it's as important, the movement off the ball, to create opportunities like that. They have to continue to figure out ways to move this back four that at the start of this match has been very compact defensively.
An 11th Club World Cup appearance for Al-Ahli and a 6th in a row. It's their record 26th Club World Cup matches. Tomorrow the Club World Cup continues with Champions League winners PSG taking on Spanish giants Atletico Madrid, live on DAZN and TNT. We're on the air from 2:30 Eastern time. Kick-off at 3 Eastern. Two teams that collided head-to-head in the group stage of the Champions League this season when Atletico Madrid won by 2-1. Suarez with the ball off to Messi there, who couldn't feed it forward, and Abu Ali will chase. And Miami trying to keep it in play, but it goes off Aviles for a corner for Al-Ahli.
Abu Ali trying to get the crowd on their side, and the Al-Ahli fans as loud as possibly can be here at Hard Rock Stadium. But his movement in particular is causing so much havoc between Aviles and Falcone, the two center backs for Inter Miami.
Zizou, the substitute, coming across to take it. Played in Belgium and Portugal earlier on in his club career. Zizou getting this ball towards the edge of the box. Arteas cross into the middle. Brought down on the far side by Noah Allen, but now Trezeguet over on that right touchline, looking to get a cross into the middle. Pulls it back towards the edge of the area. Rondon trying to get the shot away. Trezeguet once again. Miami with all the jerseys back, and that would have had to be something particularly special from Trezeguet from that sort of angle to cause a problem. 3 years in Turkey with Trabzonspor before making the move to Al-Ahly. 82 caps for Egypt for Trezeguet since making his debut in 2014.
But certainly not the start defensively that Javier Mascherano wanted to see from this young back line. But I'm not sure, Luke, if they want to start to take possession, slow the game down, and take a little bit of sting out of Al-Ahly. Because Inter Miami with the ball in transition moments, that's when they're at their best.
Aviles. Finally, the game just taking a pause for a breath just after the midway mark, as Suarez plays it out wide to the left side. Fed back in by Noah Allen towards Falcone.
Luke, I'm not sure if you're seeing it, but Ramadan and Fati both responsible for Redondo and Segovia. Not only for the initial pressure, but making sure two of the midfielders for Inter Miami aren't looking to make those dynamic second runs inside their penalty area.
Inter Miami, the Supporters' Shield winners in Major League Soccer last season with 74 points, a new single-season record, one more than the previous record held by the New England Revolution. They finished 8 points clear of second-place Columbus in the Supporters' Shield race. And they're up against the Egyptian champions in this opening game of the FIFA Club World Cup. Zizou driving forward. The free kick given away by Aviles, and there's the yellow card predicted just a few moments ago by Dunny. From the referee that actually took charge of the 2015 Club World Cup final in Yokohama as Messi and Suarez scored as Barca beat River Plate.
Well, as players, you love when a referee is lenient because it affords you the opportunity, as we take a look from the referee's view, the challenge from Aviles. But there is a moment when a line is drawn, and that line has been drawn in the 25th minute with the first yellow shown. And now Aviles has to be on his best behavior throughout the course of this match.
So 25 minutes in, and Zizou on his debut, standing over this one, just chips it in towards the 6-yard box. Abu Ali was in there, couldn't get a touch as it rolls all the way through to Ustari.
I am shocked in the first 26 minutes by the inability of Inter Miami to recognize in dangerous moments, not just in the run of play, but set-piece opportunities. Luke, how they're not touch tight inside of their own penalty area.
Suarez back towards Falcone, in for Lionel Messi. Messi turns 38 in 10 days' time. 10 goals, 6 assists in 13 league appearances this season, 5 goals and 7 in the Champions League as Miami got to the semi-final. Here's the cross in from the left side. Noah Allen getting forward once again, comes back here towards Ian Frey. Frey going to the top left corner.
Well, keep an eye on the number 21, Allende. Time and time again when build-up's coming down this left-hand side, whether it's Segovia or Noah Allen, he will always make that second run. Always be a threatening presence across the goalkeeper's face. The quality of service and the opportunity cleared pretty well from Al-Ahly.
Suarez lays it off towards Busquets. And Busquets is fouled. Already 22 appearances in all competitions this season for Busquets.
Oh, look, it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that's been paying attention to Al-Ahly, winning their last 6 matches in the Egyptian Premier League, scoring 14 goals in those last 5 matches. And this is a team that started off, and we were concerned with the awe of Lionel Messi, of Sergio Busquets, of Luis Suarez being on the field. But they've captured the moment and the imagination of their home fans inside of Hard Rock Stadium.
The other 2 teams in the group, Palmeiras and Porto, you have to feel that both of these sides know this is one that they need to pick up 3 points from if they're going to be trying to advance to the round of 16. Great scenes coming out of Times Square in New York of Palmeiras fans flooding into that landmark today. Should be quite a day in New Jersey tomorrow for that one, as Noah Allen plays it forward down the left side up against Hani. .57% possession for Miami, but shots in favor of Al-Ahly, 4-1, and 2 shots on target for Al-Ahly. Inter Miami yet to have a shot on target through the opening 28 minutes of play.
Well, defensively, Al-Ahly has been very aggressive. They're trying their best to make Inter Miami as predictable as possible. And you're seeing trying to force them centrally and then the immediacy of press, but this is Lionel Messi. And he's capable of doing things no one else in the world is capable of doing when he's in possession.
Ramadan's ball forward down the left. Abu Ali turns it towards the edge of the area, but Zizou was chasing. Ramadan continued the run. Too much on it as it runs through towards Ustari. Brought down here at the back by Koka, the left back. Inside for Gary, the Moroccan central defender, who is alongside the veteran Yasser Ibrahim in the centre of defence tonight.
Very experienced centre backs and a very, very experienced goalkeeper.
Zizou, who replaced the injured Ashore in this first half. Back for Artea.
Luke, 30 minutes in, and you ask any former player, they'll tell you that you have to earn the right to play. Al-Ahly has certainly done so. Inter Miami has yet to figure out the simplicity of maintaining the possession that we're used to seeing week in, week out.
Ball's played through towards Abu Ali! The flag goes up to deny Wessam Abu Ali the goal. 30 minutes on the clock. At first glance, it looked offside.
Oh, you can see when the ball was struck from the outside left back, Abu Ali, seemingly from the angle that we have, is caught leaning off the shoulder of Falcone. He had reset his positioning, came in front of Falcone, and the timing just a little bit off.
Messi robbed there by Trezeguet, and then Redondo will get the yellow for the foul. Second Miami player into the book as Redondo, the 22-year-old Spanish midfielder, follows Avilés into the book.
It's the toe poke off possession, and once again Trezeguet is looking to pull away from Redondo. Whether you call it a tactical foul, whether you call it a professional foul, Redondo knows that he has to make that challenge to avoid any opportunity for Al-Ahly to find the back of the net.
Whatever you call it, Donny, it was a necessary foul. Because not for the first time in the opening half an hour, Al-Ahly found space around the edge of the penalty area with an opportunity to try and run at the box. Wessam Abu Ali shaping up to shoot here. Abu Ali tipped over the bar by Ustari for a corner for Al-Ahli.
Well, he's been the most dynamic presence in the attacking phase of play for Al-Ahli, arriving only on Thursday, tagging this free kick and forcing Ustari to push up and over the crossbar.
Scored 4 goals in a 6-0 home league win in the final game of the season back on May the 28th. Wessam Abu Ali. And now another set piece for Miami to have to deal with here as it comes into the middle. Ustari with a save, and Falcone hooks it away after the firm header from the central defender Derry. The danger not completely clear until that ball is hoisted far too high towards the far side, right through to Segovia. Ustari coming up big twice now to keep it at 0-0. Maybe even more than twice. Busquets. Aviles. Here's Ian Frey for a Miami side that have only had 3 clean sheets in 16 league games this season, 6 in 24 games in all competitions. They had a long run to the semi-final of the CONCACAF Champions Cup. This ball played over the top. Allende brings it down. Artea will get it away. Zizou. Falcone out to the left side here for Noah Allen. Miami losing in the semi-final against Vancouver Whitecaps in the CONCACAF Champions Cup, 5-1 on aggregate, having beaten LAFC in the quarter-final. They won against Cavalier FC of Jamaica in the second round and beat fellow MLS team Sporting Kansas City in round 1 as well.
Well, Luke, regardless of how good and at times dominant Al-Ahli has been in this first 35 minutes, their inability to find the back of the net is coming back to haunt them. Incredible save. But watch Falcone, proactive versus reactive. Does a phenomenal job protecting the back left side of his goalkeeper and clearing that ball off the line.
Falcone with great reactions. Here's Messi. Skips past the first challenge, but then runs into Derry at the back. And the ball played through for Abu Ali, and Ustari had to come quickly rushing out of his penalty area. And Messi is down.
Well, in real time, it looked like a fair challenge, but it's the follow-through catching Lionel Messi. The step from Derry, and as he swings through, you can see the bottom of the studs, winning the ball, and then the challenge off the deflection, catching the inside of the right knee of Lionel Messi.
Messi only failing to score once in 5 previous Club World Cup appearances. That was back in December of 2011 in a semi-final 4-0 win for Barca against Al-Sadd. Messi receiving treatment in the same stadium where he picked up that injury in the final of Copa America a year ago. Well, Jake Paul returns to the boxing ring to take on former WBC middleweight champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. It's live on Saturday, June 28th, exclusively on DAZN. You can buy it now. Messi back on his feet. We're a little under 10 minutes away from half-time here, 16 miles north of downtown Miami. Stadium that has hosted multiple Super Bowls, will host 8 Club World Cup games, 6 in the group stage and 2 in the round of 16. Next up in this venue, Boca Juniors against Benfica on Monday in Group C. And a venue that will also host 6 games in the World Cup next year, including the 3rd place game, a round of 32 and a quarter-final.
But you can see Ahly continues to try to keep their width specific to the number 7, Trezeguet, on this left-hand side. The big switch is on. Time and time again, you can see the concern of Ian Frey, bottom side of your screen, number 17 for Inter Miami, pinching in, tucking over, and trying to protect the outside shoulder of Thomas Aviles.
Busquets dropping deep to get on the ball. He'll turn 37 next month. Busquets looking for that long ball forward down the right, but Ian Frey couldn't get there. Al-Ahly, one of 4 African clubs in this tournament. It was a 3 a.m. kickoff in Cairo. But I'm sure there are plenty of people having either a late night or an early morning to watch this momentous occasion. Messi forward, he's fouled. No sign of a yellow just yet, as Messi asks for a yellow card to come out.
No, he's not the only one. And we've seen a forgiving start to the Australian referee, Fagini, in this match. He's come across, he's tried to make an attempt for a ball, he's going nowhere near it. And actually surprised that Atia has not shown yellow for a challenge like that. And that's why you see the frustration and the demonstrative nature of Luis Suarez.
Plenty to say. Luis Suarez. But Inter Miami will have the free kick. Messi floating this one in. Good punch away by El Shenawi, and here come Al-Ahly up towards halfway, breaking clear. Trezeguet down the left touchline. Messi tried to get a foot in, and Trezeguet was then fouled.
And
Aviles already on a yellow. Will this be a final warning?
A challenge of that nature at any other moment of this match is a yellow card. And Thomas Aviles is a very fortunate player to stay on this field. Ball touches away. He's reckless. He's come through. He's nowhere close. And the fact that he is still capable of being on this field in this moment is incredible leniency from our referee.
I wonder if the fact that there wasn't a yellow at the other end played into it. Lionel Messi was certainly saying that to the referee, but well, that's worse than the first yellow for sure.
Luke, we saw the challenge of Falcone in the opening few minutes. We saw Ian Frey and the tug of the shorts. This referee has tried to allow the game to find its own rhythm. But now we've kind of seen that line drawn, and now we've gone past that line. And Aviles in any other moment would have seen yellow card in this match, had he not already been shown yellow in the 25th minute.
Zizou standing over it on his debut. And he'll float this one in towards the 6-yard box. Aviles able to get ahead to it. Hooked back in there by Hani. This time headed away by Redondo. And Miami fortunate right now to still have 11 on the pitch. We're into the final 5 minutes of the first half here in Miami.
Well, not only does Javier Mascherano tactically have to figure out what's gone wrong in this first 41 minutes at the halftime break, but he's got to also think about changes. Which player could give him better options to sort this midfield out?
Zizou along the edge of the box. Redondo in there with the challenge to get the ball as Romdan tried to bring it under control. Decent challenge there as the ball's played through. Zizou goes down and the referee points to the penalty spot. Falcone protests, but Zizou was fouled in the opinion of the referee, and Al-Ahly will have a chance to score from the spot.
We talked about this being a very young back line, eager and excited. And could they manage the emotions? Segovia, He bundles in Zizo inside the penalty area. And there was no hesitation whatsoever. From the referee's view, there's the collision. And you see that left arm raised immediately, pointing to the spot. And there would be nothing to suggest that VAR, Carlos de Cerro Grande, would overturn a moment like this, or at a bare minimum, send Fagini over to the monitor for a second look.
Trezeguet places the ball on the spot. Ustari with a couple of big stops already in this game. Inside the final 3 minutes of the first half in Miami. Back with Ali for the first time since 2016. Trezeguet against Ustari. Trezeguet denied by Ustari. It remains 0-0. And the Inter Miami keeper with a huge stop close to half-time. There is no doubt about it. Oscar Ustari, the 38-year-old Argentine, is the man to thank for this being 0-0.
Oh, he's been the star of the match so far, Luke. Short run-up, slight hesitation. Trezeguet's read perfectly. Ustari takes hold of a really poor penalty and the inability to finish off the rebound. Oscar Ustari, at 38 years of age, undeniably the best player on the field in this first half.
It was not to be a fairy tale return for the 30-year-old Egyptian-born forward Trezeguet. Returning to the club before the start of the Club World Cup after leaving Trabzonspor. Former Aston Villa man. Began his career with Al-Ahly, made his senior debut in 2013 before leaving for Anderlecht a couple of years later in Belgium. And as he tucked that ball under his arm and walked to the spot, he was expecting to be able to claim the headlines here and give his side the advantage heading in at the break, but Oscar Ustari had other things on his mind.
Luke, it's not only the penalty kick save moments ago, but it's pure and simple. The ability from reaction saves losing their marks from a corner kick. Back-to-back breakaways in the first 10 minutes. Ustari has single-handedly stifled Al-Ahly in the attacking phase of play.
And those frailties are not a surprise for those who have watched Inter Miami throughout the season. Frey down the right side, picked up by Messi. Frey pushing the ball forward. Segovia into the box. And now Messi turns. It's Messi! And is that out for a corner? It is.
I'm not sure how much the number 15 center back Derry knew about that. But the immediacy in which Lionel Messi was capable of turning, pivoting, and finding that cultured wand of a left foot. Derry doing just enough, even if he knew nothing about it.
We're into 3 minutes of time being added on at the end of the first half. Messi standing over this. The ball curled in and El-Shenawi able to punch it away, but only as far as Segovia. He'll get it back from Messi. Segovia's deflected ball, and it's another corner here from Miami, who will finish the half camped inside the Al-Ahly final third.
Oh, and Luke, maybe just predictably off the right shoulder of Lionel Messi, we see Weigans getting set and warmed up right next to the corner.
The delivery from Messi right onto the goal line once again, and El-Shenawi forced to punch that away, but Messi is first to react. Segovia clips a good cross into the middle, flashing all the way towards the back post. Suarez chips it in! Allende got a touch on the line, somehow it stays out. And it stays 0-0.
And I believe it was their striker, Abu Ali, clearing that ball right in front of the goal mouth, just split second before Allende was capable of the tap-in.
Just minutes after Al-Ahli were denied from the penalty spot, Inter Miami go as close as they have gone all game to getting their first goal in the FIFA Club World Cup. Lovely little back heel there into the path of Trezeguet. Referee allowing play to continue.
That's a great read from Ian Frey. Gets on the interior front side shoulder and just easily lifts Trezeguet off the ball.
We thought Inter Miami's hopes in this Club World Cup opener might come down to an Argentine. We expected it maybe Lionel Messi, not Oscar Ustari, but it has been the man on the ball at the back here for Miami, the goalkeeper, who has saved them numerous occasions. 4 clean sheets in 13 starts in the league this season for Ustari. Former Pachuca goalkeeper, won the Apertura in 2022 in Mexico. The 3 minutes of stoppage time just about up. And the referee's whistle brings an end to what has been an enthralling first 45 minutes of the 2025 Club World Cup.
As dominant of a performance as one could have against Inter Miami, but their inability to find the back of the net, could that come back to haunt them? That was the clearance from Abu Ali just seconds before the referee blew the whistle.
Abu Ali, the striker, the man to get back on the line and clear it away. And in Miami, after 45 minutes of the Club World Cup opener, it is Al-Ahli 0, Inter Miami 0.
Guzan, Juan Pablo, Angel, we have Mo Adams, and then Luis Garcia. We're here to break it all down for you. So let's take a look at the first half highlights presented by Vanda Pharmaceuticals. Lionel Messi getting set to go in front of a home crowd. But early on, Al-Ahly, Mo, tried to set the tempo.
We've said it before the game, that high line and that transition has been their Achilles heel all season. And we've kind of seen in this first half, 3 chances that they could have had.
3 early chances.
It's been a one-man show, this game.
But
It's not for Astari. He's kept Miami in the game, obviously.
About man of the half.
Yeah.
Messi misses the free kick. A lot of people were holding their breath for that one. But Miami creating some opportunities, Luis.
Yeah, no trouble on target in the first 45, but it's true that there is a team that at any time it can score a goal.
Absolutely.
Just barely offsides there, yeah.
Just took an extra second to make the pass.
Exactly.
Just an extra second.
the timing. We talk about new players. We talk about being in the close season. That timing was just off. But they're an unbelievable save from Astari.
What about miss?
Yeah, we talk about set pieces. That's, in the past 3 games, they conceded 3 goals from set pieces. And it's, again, almost went 1-0 down there.
5 minutes left in the half.
Luis, what are your thoughts on the penalty?
Penaltito. That's what we call it. Penalty.
He was soft. It was a soft penalty.
and obviously, Astari to the rescue for Inter Miami. A little shimmy to the left and down to his right makes a fantastic save.
You called it, Brad. You did call it. Look at this. You called it, my man.
Easily gathers the rebound.
I'm just wondering, Luis, if you cannot kiss the ball with this new technology before a penalty kick. Because he did kiss it and missed it.
Oh, man. Lots of opportunities to score in the first half for both sides. But hey, guys, we're kicking off this FIFA Club World Cup 2025. New style, 32 teams. And man, what a way to kick it off. But Brad, Ustari, you have to give him credit. I mean, some incredible saves there.
Amazing. As I mentioned, keeping Inter Miami in the game to go into halftime 0-0. They'll surely be thinking that they now have a chance to go into the second half, make some changes because they weren't great, make some changes and hopefully come out and be able to create more chances and ultimately find the back of the net.
Mo, if you're Al-Ahly right now, you have to be feeling decent about the opportunities that you created, but a little bit frustrated with yourself for not being able to finish.
Absolutely frustrated. We know how these kind of games finish. When you miss chances consistently, it comes back to bite, especially with Messi on the opposite side. But look, they've, Jose Ribeiro set the team up well. They've played to, Miami's weaknesses, let's say, which is winning the ball, transition. But yeah, they've got to find themselves at least 2 up in this half.
Yeah, the problem is if you get one of those to Messi or Suarez, they're going to bury it. So you cannot afford to miss those type of chances. But at the end of the day, it hasn't been short this first half of emotions and excitement. I'm not sure about the managers, if they enjoying it, or the coaches, but from the fans' perspective, it's been a good first half.
Yeah, it definitely has.
Yeah, I enjoy because I was expecting an Ahly so intense in transition. They've been fantastic. I was expecting a little bit more from Inter Miami. I think that they were really predictable, very slow on the ball. That's the last 10 minutes that they approach a little bit better the game. And Aviles that is playing red-free for the rest of the game, if he continues, because definitely we saw something there that it should have been a send-off.
Yeah, it definitely has. In terms of possession, Mo, you called it pregame. You said, look, Miami's going to possess the ball majority of the game, but Al-Ahly will get their opportunities, and they need to be able to take advantage.
Absolutely. That's been the common theme all season. I think one thing Al-Ahly has done well also in possession is, we know how Inter Miami like to defend. They're like 2 banks of 4, and essentially they, pinch the field in half. You can almost throw a blanket over them. That's how narrow they are. And then they've kept Trezeguet, almost hugging the touchline. So that, diagonal was always on. It's been on all game, and then it's just, giving Ian Frey obviously run for his money, but he's doing his defensive job as well to kind of get back.
Take me inside right now, Brad, Inter Miami's locker room. What are they saying, especially defensively, because that's really where they need to tighten up.
Yeah, we talked about transition. We talked about the space behind their back line, and it's too big. They've got to get pressure to the ball, but at the same time, they've got to be able to track these runners that are coming from midfield, that are running in beyond, because, as we talked about, it's only going to take one of these chances to be in the back of the net, and they're going to find themselves down. And so they need to sort out that side of it. At the same time, obviously, they need to give a little pat on the back to their goalkeeper, because he certainly kept them in it. First half of the first game, it's been exciting.
Yeah, it has been exciting. We got a lot more coming your way. Don't go anywhere. More halftime presented by Vanda Pharmaceuticals on the other side of this. We'll see you then.
First half, but we haven't seen an awful lot so far from the likes of Lionel Messi and Luis Suarez up top. Al-Ahly have done a pretty good job defensively containing them.
Well, they have, because Inter Miami had a certain amount of expectation to carry this game and, more importantly, put on a show for the curtain raiser of the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. But Al-Ahly, they were the stars in that first 45 minutes. And the manner in which their shape, their formation, and the respect for what Inter Miami brought to the table, there was an immediacy of how quickly they adapted to what Inter Miami has been doing well.
The new expanded FIFA Club World Cup has 32 teams from each of the 6 international football confederations. 20 different countries represented in this tournament. And at half-time, there will be a change for Inter Miami, and it sees Marcelo Maignan, the 25-year-old Argentine, coming in.
Well, it's a change that we were predictive of, watching Lionel Messi take an in-swinger from the near side. We saw Maignan, the 25-year-old Argentine, warming up. And with Aviles not only shown yellow card in that 25th minute, but more importantly, the leniency of the referee right around the 40th minute to allow him to be on the field for a tackle in any other moment that would have seen his second yellow and ultimately the red card being shown. Javier Mascherano wasting no more time with Thomas Aviles and the threat of ultimately him once again being shown yellow.
There is no way that he stays on the pitch with any other foul in the second half after getting away with that one right before half-time. So the second half of the opening game at the Club World Cup is underway in Miami, still very much in the balance. Goalless between the hometown Inter Miami and the Egyptian champions Al-Ahly. Al-Ahly, the 45-time Egyptian champions, 39 times Egyptian Cup winners, and 12 times Champions League winners.
Oh, with Lujan and Martinez both out because of injury, the adjustment is Ian Frey. Goes to a center back alongside Falcone to his left-hand side. Maignan takes up that right midfield hybrid position of an attacking right back.
Marcelo Maignan with 1 goal, 2 assists this season, just 8 appearances and 6 starts in the league. He did play the final game before this Club World Cup 2 weeks ago, when Inter Miami beat Columbus by 5 goals to 1. Messi scored a couple that night. Here's Falcone at the back. Over 150 appearances for Colo-Colo before making the move to Miami. Yasser Ibrahim just watching that one out of play, as Miami wanted the corner on the far side. Well defended there by the Al-Ahly man, the 32-year-old who's been with the club since 2019. Actually has a couple of Club World Cup goals back in 2021 in the 3rd place win against Al-Hilal.
Well, Luke, we briefly mentioned it with the substitution of Ashore going out in the 14th minute and bringing Zizou in to this 11. But for a second, start thinking about the hour mark, 60th minute, and understanding Deing, Taher, Gradishar, Eldebes. There are a ton of options off the bench that will not drop the level down whatsoever for Jose Rivero and Al-Ahly.
Well, the criticism of previous head coach Marcel Koller was that it wasn't good enough to watch. They weren't attacking enough. Well, it seems as if Jose Rivero, who just signed a 2-year deal in late May, has fixed that problem very quickly here with this side. They had one game ahead of the tournament, a 1-1 draw against Pachuca, which they lost on penalties at the end of that friendly a week ago. But this has been a front foot display from Al-Ahly.
Well, could you imagine the 49-year-old Jose Rivero, never managed in Spain, the path less traveled, the managerial carousel, time in Finland, taking over Orlando Pirates.
Down the left side, the shot across from Trezeguet.
Well, he'll probably have already internalized the missed opportunity from the penalty spot back in the 43rd minute. But he loves the dribble. And as that left foot just needs half a chance, we've seen on multiple occasions how dynamic and dangerous he is down that left-hand side. Del Piero, Zanetti, OG Ronaldo. The stars are out in Miami tonight.
First half we saw David Beckham, of course, Miami owner, along there with Jorge Mas, Arsene Wenger in the stands, Jill Ellis, the former US women's national team head coach.
Roberto Baggio in that first 45 minutes.
The stars and legends of the beautiful game are out in Miami on opening night of the expanded FIFA Club World Cup.
Well, Luke, there were so many unknowns before kickoff. We heard about teams, we heard about fatigue, we heard about stadiums, we heard about fans. If this is any indication, 64,000 at Hard Rock Stadium and this type of atmosphere, it lets you know that these club supporters will travel the United States to watch their teams play.
Miami chasing forward down the right. Messi and Suarez just picking up positions on the edge of the box. They couldn't be found as it's cleared away at the back there by Derry. This is Messi. Messi still going here, rolls it into the path of Suarez, driven across goal, and Segovia couldn't make the contact, but the challenge comes in, and behind it goes from Miami corner, 5 minutes after half-time.
Well, it's the number 8, Fati, who's been asked to play a different role because of the injury of Ashore. The recognition that Segovia is unmarked inside the 6. Great awareness, even better closing down speed.
Messi with the outswinger high, hanging towards Suarez at the back post, but he just couldn't get there. And it was an important intervention by the head of Hamdi Fati to get it away. This is Busquets. Now the cross wasn't the best. Suarez tried to pick up the pieces there, and they're caught in trouble. It's a big save by Mohamed El-Shenawi. Allende was in there.
Well, similar to what we saw with the performance from Ustadi in the first 45 minutes. He's a veteran leader that's seen it all, 36 years of age. The Egyptian goalkeeper. He's adventurous at times coming off his line, but great reactive moment to take that ball right off the foot of Allende.
The last 2 big chances either side of half-time have gone to Inter Miami. The ball cleared off the goal line by Wissam Abu Ali, the central striker who was back defending after a set piece right at the end of the first half. And now Mohamed El-Shenawi with his biggest moment of the match so far to deny Tadeo Allende, the 26-year-old Argentine who has 6 goals in 13 league games this season, 8 in 20 in all competitions, and coming into the Club World Cup, he scored 4 in the last 5. But he wasn't able to find a way past the veteran shot stopper, Mohamed El-Shenawi.
Now you can imagine the smile on the face of the polar bear, Brad Guzan, back in the studio. With the goalkeepers union, they are representing tonight.
Especially if you've got a recent history against Inter Miami. Thinking back to the playoffs last year with Atlanta. The one change made so far by Javier Mascherano at half-time, Aroles taken out of the game, already on a yellow, maybe could have had another. The 21-year-old Argentine defender replaced at the break by Marcelo Maignan. Ian Frey moving into the middle, Maignan coming on at right back. Maignan on loan last year in Miami, made the move permanent at the start of this season from Boca Juniors. Redondo with the ball down that right touchline, and Allende couldn't get there. El-Shenawi coming a long way out of his area.
Well, that was the adventurous connectivity that El-Shenawi will have. If you watched the game the other day against Pachuca, there was a moment where he had his Jorge Campos run out of the back, dribbled up the left-hand side, and hit a 40-yard dynamic rope. Big switch to the opposite. Loves coming off his line and trying to stay as connected as possible to his back four.
El-Shenawi, the Egyptian international, 64 caps, 35 clean sheets. Started both of their World Cup qualifiers in March. Started the first 2 games at the World Cup in 2018, defeats against Uruguay and Russia. No way through there for Trezeguet, who had that first half penalty saved. Ibrahim heads it away, brought down by Messi.
There's just a certain amount of physicality that Al-Ahly has recognized. The immediacy of trying to get a body on Lionel Messi. He can do things that no other player in the world is capable of doing in moments of high duress. The technical ability, his extreme level of balance, and the visionary cuts to get away from defenders' presence. But Al-Ahly has put a body on him as early and as often as possible to try to, at a bare minimum, slow him down.
Lionel Messi, in his long, storied career, has 5 Club World Cup goals. His next goal will be his 50th for Inter Miami. He has 49 goals in 59 appearances for the club. Ten minutes into the second half, goalless in Miami. Driven forward there by Ahly.
And you can see at times they're trying to shift into a 4-1-4-1 with Luis Suarez dropping deep and underneath just to give a body right there off the left-hand side of Lionel Messi. Inter Miami trying to make it more predictive of what Al-Ahly is trying to do with the ball.
Fired out to the far side by Hamdi Fateh. Derry. From down there in support. And now Artea through the midfield. Wide to the left it goes. Coker pushing forward from that left full-back position. Now Trezeguet. He's got support from Artea as the Al-Ahly fans find their voice once again. Out towards Mohamed Hani. His 11th season with Al-Ahly. In towards Abu Ali on the edge of the box. Redondo trying to bring it down. Busquets cushions that ball off towards Allende. Now Messi skips the challenge, gets it back from Segovia. Down the left it goes for Luis Suarez. Segovia. Now it's Lionel Messi. Steps to the side, shoots towards goal, and stings the palms of Mohamed El-Shenawi. In the end, a fairly straightforward save for the keeper as Falcone heads it back over halfway.
Well, not too often in this match have we seen Inter Miami with the ability in transition moments to flare out and find Luis Suarez down that left side.
DAZN brings you the best from boxing. 2-division world champion Shakur Stevenson will defend his WBC lightweight title against the unbeaten William Zepeda from New York City on July the 12th. If this was a boxing match and they went to points from the judges right now, who would win it?
based on that first 45 minutes, you would say Ahly.
No, based on the first 57, Danny.
But right now, I think there's more momentum on Inter Miami's side. And they figured out with slight tweaks and adjustments how to dig back into this match.
Suarez couldn't squeeze that one through to Messi on the edge of the box. You just get the sense right now that Miami have stepped it up a little bit. And Ahly holding on slightly, but here comes Ramadan bringing it forward. Maignan trying to get back to try and get a challenge in on that far side. Zizou now in for Ramadan! Ustari with the save, not quite sure if it was on target.
Well, Ramadan bringing both Champions League and Europa League experience with his time at Ferencváros. But out of the 8 matches he's been on the field for Ahly in FIFA Club World Cup, he's won 7 and drawn just 1. As he picks up space in that pocket underneath Abu Ali, Sergio Busquets is going to have to keep a keen eye on his position.
Suarez can't get on the end of that one. Shinawi clears it away towards Coca on the far side. Coca, the left back, came through the youth system at Ahly. Segovia. Forward down the right touchline. Segovia trying to get on the ball through from Maignan. It's out for a throw right by the corner flag after Coca's challenge. 6 saves made on the night now by Oscar Ustari. The biggest of which was keeping out Trezeguet's penalty just before half-time. Allende through for Maignan, the half-time substitute. Busquets with the ball towards Messi on the edge of the box. Lovely footwork from Lionel Messi. Closed down so quickly, but it's driven over the top of the bar. Maignan, the substitute forward from fullback, couldn't keep the strike down.
Well, they've been infinitely more dangerous down this right-hand side with Maignan. Highly proactive with his movement, taking up a much more different position with Allende interlapping, and that's the save from El Shenawi down to his right-hand side. Whatever Javier Mascherano and this group of players said to one another after that first 45 minutes, they've certainly got the bump to start this second half that they were looking for.
Half an hour to play in the opening game of the expanded Club World Cup. The challenge coming in there from Artea to put it out of play for a 4th Inter Miami corner in the game.
Well, right now, both Artea and Fati, the number 13 and number 8 for Ahly. Lionel Messi is picking up dangerous positions, both in between and off their back shoulder, to a point where both Ibrahim and Derry are struggling to figure out when to step and when to stay.
Messi with the corner from the far side. The left foot in, swinging to the front post, and it'll be cleared away. In fact, in the end, El Shenawi was able to get there. I think it was Busquets who was on it at that front post there after Messi's ball was whipped in, and Javier Mascherano sees his side still being held here.
Well, we've seen 2 versions of corners from Lionel Messi in the first half. More Olympico-esque, if you will, trying to force El Shenawi to come off his line and think about the traffic in front of him. That time, significantly prepared for anyone at the near post.
Allende driving forward, the challenge from Yasser Ibrahim, and out of play it goes as the momentum continues to go for Inter Miami.
And it looked as if Jose Rivero was thinking about making another substitution and injecting some fresh legs into this match.
He's made the one so far, and it was enforced as Imama Shaw had to leave the game midway through the first half with an injury, and Zizou came on, having made the move from big rival Zamalek. It's his first competitive game with Ahly, and he was influential in that first half. Haven't seen a lot of either him or Trezeguet in the second half so far.
The position that Maignan continues to take on this right-hand side is overloading the midfield, because Allende is more centralized and that's allowing some more movement from Luis Suarez.
Messi is fouled, and it's a free kick right outside of the penalty area here.
Atia comes across, he bodies up Lionel Messi. And he's put one of the most dangerous players on the planet about 25 yards out from the goalkeeper. And with that magical left foot, this is Lionel Messi territory.
Is this Lionel Messi's moment with 63 minutes gone in Miami? Segovia also close by. But Messi shaping up to shoot. Messi curling it around the wall. Half of the stadium thought it was in.
It's a free kick so deceptive. It fooled everybody. And it looks as if it's just kissed the outside of that right post. And it smashed the back of the barrier and then came back into the net. But his reaction says it all. Millimeters past the outside of that right post of El Shaarawy.
It could not have been much closer from Lionel Messi.
Only on DAZN. Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. One is defending a name, the other is building one. The ring doesn't care where you come from, only if you can survive in it. Saturday, June 28th, Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Double change coming for Al-Ahly. Hussein Al-Shahat coming in. Trezeguet has left the game, and you were talking about fresh legs, and maybe with the way the game has been going, Jose Rivero has seen enough.
Well, El-Shahat, Egyptian international, just 32 years of age, but also Tahir Mohamed started the match against Pachuca on that right-hand side. It'll be interesting to see ultimately what position he picks up.
Driven in from distance. Al-Shahat, the substitute, with pretty much his first touch of the game.
So he's come in like for like in a central attacking midfield position. No immediate pressure, pulls the strings. But right there, Tahir, the number 29, frustrated that that ball wasn't played on the ground and giving him a better opportunity from a more acute angle.
Rondon and Trezeguet, the two players to leave the game. As Mohamed and Al-Shahat come in. Al-Shahat with plenty of experience to bring, turns 33 next week. He was a runner-up at the Club World Cup in 2018 with Ahly, lost to Real Madrid in the final. This one played high towards Segovia, who can't bring it under control.
Well, and as these changes play themselves out, you have to wonder about the tactical chess match. Not only adjustments as we take another look at Lionel Messi going around the wall, creating the curve, and that deft little kiss on the outside of the post. But also for Javier Mascherano, thinking about Benjamin Kramaski, fresh legs in the midfield. Thinking about Fafa Picault, attacking phase of play player that's been dynamic and ruthless coming off the bench as an impact sub.
Messi will have to wait for number 50 for Inter Miami. Between the 2024 and 25 MLS seasons, Messi and Suarez combining for 89 goal contributions over 78 matches. Free kick given there. was against Ian Frey.
Based on what we've already seen from the substitution pattern, the number 14, El Shahad, is playing directly off the shoulder of the number 9, Abu Ali. Tahir's over on that left-hand side. Zizou over on the right. That is clear intent, Luke Wildman, to put numbers on the field that gives you the best opportunity to find the back of the net.
And that's exactly what the Al-Ahli fans wanted of new head coach Jose Rivero, who had 5 major trophies during 3 seasons in South Africa. This is Messi, who has gone as close as anyone tonight to opening the scoring. Tried to pick up the pieces there, but couldn't. The challenge coming in once again from Artea. But down the right goes Maignan. Maignan can't get there ahead of the defender Yasser Ibrahim, who slides in and puts it out for a throw here for Miami.
Yeah, Ibrahim's have been having some issues, whether it's with his arm or his wrist. He continues to reach for that after a challenge about 10 minutes or so ago, right on the end line. How much more in control does Inter Miami look with Maignan on the field on this right-hand side? And specific to Ian Frey, once again sliding into a center-back position and undeniably feeling much more comfortable alongside Falcone than how reckless Aviles was in that first half.
And this is a Miami side that is missing some defensive pieces.
Oh, Lujan, Martinez. I mean, this is less than full strength, but it was predictive, some of the mistakes that we saw in that first 45 minutes, Luke, because we talked about how young this back line was. Ian Frey, 22. Noah Allen, 21. Aviles, just 20 years of age. Javier Mascherano absolutely made the right decision to take Aviles off the field and get Maignan on immediately.
Suarez with the ball down the right side. Al-Ahli able to get it away. Picked up by Tahir Mohamed, who has space to carry this one forward. And there's a player down, so this is put out of play by Mohamed, who made 4 appearances at the Olympics back in 2021, lost against Brazil in the quarter-final.
It was a challenge on Koka, the 23-year-old left back. A couple of appearances for the Egyptian national team, and slightly surprising that instead of El Dabas, set pieces and shot from distance, Koka getting the start. Benjamin Kramaski, fresh legs. That's exactly what's needed in this midfield 3 for Inter Miami.
Great atmosphere here in Miami. Another look at what led to Ahmed Nabil Koka.
Well, you can see that left knee just buckles. Nothing malicious in the challenge. And it's unfortunately 2 players going opposite directions at full speed.
Benjamin Kramaski, the 20-year-old born in Miami, getting set to come in.
The world's greatest club is set to be crowned. Are you really going to watch without the ultimate viewing experience? See stadiums in a billion colors and feel the atmosphere around you. Upgrade to the Zone Premium now.
$18 minutes remaining, plus whatever time is added on here. As Suarez goes chasing. El Shenawi will clear up towards halfway, but straight out of play, and that should allow the change to take place. And it's Telasco Segovia, the 22-year-old Venezuelan midfielder, who will make way for the young, homegrown midfielder, Benjamin Kramaski. Kramaski with 3 caps for the United States national team, made his debut against Oman in September of 2023. 2 appearances in the January camp this year, games against Venezuela and Costa Rica. Been away with the under-20s recently as well. Here's Messi, running at Coca, who is back on his feet after the treatment. Picked up here by Mohamed down the left side. Busquets tried to get a foot in to hear Mohamed rolling it through, and Zizou will chase onto it. Falcon going across to defend, and Zizou gets his boots on the touchline, and a free kick given against Miami here. Abu Ali fouled.
Well, in a recovery mode, Maignan comes across, and you can see him just bundle through the exposed leg of Abu Ali. Set piece opportunities, touch tight, me versus you. Right now, the referee is going to be acutely aware of the physicality, but it's up to Inter Miami defensively not to allow Al-Ahli an inch inside of their penalty area.
Zizou standing over it. Curled in towards the back post where it's headed away by Noah Allen, and here come Inter Miami up towards halfway with Redondo. Pushed out to the left here for Benjamin Kramaski. Support from Suarez. Now Busquets, the ball over the top, couldn't quite pick out Suarez, but drops towards Messi. He's caught there. Play allowed to continue. It's Luis Suarez, and it's a huge challenge to ensure that one goes out for a corner.
Well, you can see the cramping after the challenge from Ibrahim. And just keeping an eye if the humidity in the Miami nights come into play in these final 15 minutes. Another heavy challenge after, with the follow-through of Lionel Messi. And Luis Suarez finds himself initially uncontested, if not for the last-ditch tackle to block that shot here from the referee's view, the follow-through at Hamdi Fati on Lionel Messi.
Big block there from Yasser Ibrahim, the 32-year-old defender. 6 caps for Egypt. 5th corner of the game for Miami, and an in-swinger from Messi towards the front post, and Busquets once again trying to get on the end of it, and the header from Redondo. Suarez was there waiting to try and get the little flick.
But you could see the frustration defensively from Al-Ahli, and the fact that the number 14, El Shahad, doesn't even make an attempt to go up and try to win that header, and just gets an earful from his goalkeeper, El Shanawi. There's a gray area in the conversation between physicality, proactive versus reactive. You don't want to be reactive in moments like this with 14, 15 minutes remaining.
Zizou down the right side up against Falcon. Did he run it out of play? No. The game allowed to continue. Just kept in on the far side by Mohamed. In towards the feet of Ater. Marwan Ater looking for the crossfield switch to try and pick out Zizou. He did it to perfection. Zizou against Falcon. This cross chipped in towards the back post where Miami can head clear. Ater. Lovely play along the byline here, and no way through as El Shahat tried to make an impact.
Oh, a really important challenge right there from Maignan. A miscommunication between he and Aaron Frey allows Al-Ahli down to the end line, just feet away from that near post.
Afsha getting set to come in, the attacking midfielder. Third corner of the game here coming up for Al-Ahly. And Miami can just let that one roll out of play. Seems like it's got to be a double change to be made by Jose Rivero.
It looks like the Slovenian international at number 10, Net Gradishar, is the other player alongside Afshra, getting set to come in for Al-Ahly. If this is not another statement of intent from Jose Rivero, I'm not sure what is. He's given fresh legs and dynamic goal scorers the ability to be the difference makers for this Egyptian side.
Gradishar actually scored against the United States in San Antonio in the January camp in 2024. Slovenian international. They won that game by 1-0. And Gradishar is going to come on to replace Wessam Abu Ali.
Did your streaming expire when you least expected? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 6% cash back on online purchases for the first year from account opening. What would you like the power to do?
Afshar, the other player coming in.
Well, remember, Zizou came in with the injured Ashur in the 14th minute. So the substitute comes on. The substitute goes off. Afshra, Gradishar, another 2 attacking phase of play players for this Egyptian side.
Gradishar down the left side, trying to get away from Frey. Hamdi Fati inside towards Atea. And through towards Ustari, who hasn't had much to do in the second half after a man-of-the-match performance in the first 45.
He's the only reason that Inter Miami did not concede a goal. Whether it was the 2 1v1s where he just stoned Al-Ahly, and in particular, both Trezeguet and Abu Ali. Whether it was the reaction and the save off the corner, but most importantly, it was the penalty save on Trezeguet right near the end of the first half in the 43rd minute. That's why Inter Miami still has the ability to claim all 3 points in this opener of the FIFA Club World Cup.
Fafa Pico, we saw there getting set to come in, the 34-year-old in his first year with Miami. The MLS veteran will be given a chance to impact this game inside the final 10 minutes. And Fafa Pico is going to replace Allende. Allende, who signed in January on loan from Celta Vigo, scored a goal against Columbus in the last league game. Unable to find the net today.
But you can see the frustration, but keep in mind, Fafa Pico coming over from the Vancouver Whitecaps. This season, 4 goals and an assist in Major League Soccer, primarily being an impact player in the final 30 minutes or so of a match.
Push forward down the middle, Gradishar able to turn it forward, and the ball all the way through, and Ustari was quickly out there to get ahead of Tahir Mohamed. Falcon down the left for Noah Allen. Crossfield ball unable to work its way out to the right side, but Messi is there to pick things up as Kramaski is out there for help. Redondo.
I think what's concerning right now for Inter Miami is they're going for the jugular and trying to see if they can walk away with full 3 points. There's a realistic opportunity for Al-Ahly to counterpunch and hit in the transition and cut this midfield and back four apart, because there's some heavy legs on this surface at Hard Rock Stadium.
11 shots apiece through 82 minutes of play between these two teams. Miami evening things up in the second half after a dominant first 45 from Al-Ahly. 8 shots on target for Al-Ahly, though only 3 of the 11 on target for Inter Miami. Busquets. Back it comes for Ian Frey, who has played in the middle alongside Falcon after starting the game at the right-back position. Falcon down the left towards Noah Allen. Here's Fafa Pico with the first opportunity to get involved. And he's got the free kick here. Koka, or Hani, I should say, was not happy with the call from the referee. But Messi will walk across to the near side.
Well, you can already see the indication, and we've seen it throughout the match, Luke. Al-Ahly wants to start at the top of the 18-yard box. So the timing of the run, knowing that the service will be impeccable from Lionel Messi.
Messi went very close himself, hitting the post with a free kick. Here he looks for the assist, but it's headed behind by Hani for a corner for Miami. Corner number 6. And this time Kramaski will take it. Short it goes towards Lionel Messi. Big play between Kramaski and Messi, who chips the lovely ball in. It was Pico with a header. And the save from El-Shaarawy. Behind, it goes for a corner.
Well, forget about the defensive responsibility. The quick 1-2 of Lionel Messi just clips the ball up. And Fafa Pico rising up like a salmon. He actually catches it too well. Smacks it down in the turf and up and over the crossbar.
A huge hand from Mohamed El-Shaarawy to ensure it goes behind for another corner. And this time Messi comes across to take it.
And you know the heat and humidity of Miami is kicking in when the goalkeeper goes down with cramp. 85 minutes. Watch the height. Fafa Pico. It's so clean. And maybe it's the touch from El-Shaarawy that takes away the opportunity to hit the underside of the crossbar.
4 exciting games tomorrow. It kicks off with Harry Kane's Bayern Munich against New Zealand's Auckland City from Cincinnati, live and free on DAZN. We're live from 11 a.m. Eastern. Corner number 7 here from Miami inside the final 5 minutes. The winners and runners-up of Group A, which also includes Palmeiras and Porto, will cross over with Group B in the round of 16. That group gets underway tomorrow with Paris Saint-Germain against Atletico Madrid and Botafogo Seattle. The yellow card shown to Sergio Busquets.
Well, that's an unnecessary yellow, considering 2 yellows get you suspended.
Swung in towards the front post. Busquets couldn't get there. Hooked clear. Four minutes plus stoppage time remaining. Tahir Mohamed down the left side.
It's a costly yellow card for Sergio Busquets. Understanding the dynamics of 2 yellow cards up until the semifinals will have you suspended for the next match.
Throw down the right side for Kramaski. He's up against Artea. This is Messi. Oh, Messi just dispossessed. The referee allowing play to continue, thought about giving a free kick. Busquets played forward towards Kramaski and safely into the arms of El-Shaarawy.
It's incredible how Lionel Messi can just see a sliver of daylight. And the ability to ping a ball when no one else is even thinking about what he is capable of doing with that wand of a left foot. The amount of times he catches his own players flat-footed. That time, Benjamin Kramaski trying to read it, but just a split second too slow.
After carrying the ball forward over halfway, driving at the Miami back line. Played across here towards Mohamed. And out of play behind off Busquets for an Al-Ahly corner.
Well, you can see the concern of Falcon, demonstrative and waving his arms around. That was a 4v4 counter-attacking opportunity with just about 2 minutes remaining.
Jose Rivero's competitive debut in charge of Al-Ahly. Can his side find a way to take the lead inside the final 2 minutes? Al-Shahat with the corner. Gradishar making the run as it's played in towards the 6-yard box, and Luis Suarez back there heading it away. Fafa Pico chasing across to the near side, but it's flicked forward here. Appeals for a handball. Al-Shahat wins it back one more time for Al-Ahly. Gradishar across towards the edge of the area on the left side. Messi got a touch to it. It's out for a Miami throw. Is this one destined for a goalless finish?
Well, however this scoreline ends at the final whistle, Al-Ahly has certainly sent a message, especially to its group with Palmeiras and Porto. As we take another look from the referee's view, and Fafa Pico's header smashes it down, and the final touch from El Shenawi. But they've certainly made a statement with this performance specific to the first 45 minutes against Inter Miami.
El Shenawi at the back here for Al-Ahly. Hani inside. Afsha down the right touchline, right in front of the technical area, being patrolled by Javier Mascherano. We're heading into 5 minutes of time being added on at the end of this first Club World Cup game. Taher Mohamed across to the left. Push forward there by Fatih. Coker back inside. Back for Taher Mohamed. Miami with everybody back behind the ball apart from Suarez and Messi. Played in towards the edge of the area as it's dealt with there by Ian Frey. He'll try and, for a moment, let it run out for a goal kick, but had to intervene. Coker down the left side. Redondo got a touch to it. A little scrappy right now, but Busquets in there, and Messi has it on halfway. Is that a free kick? Yes, it is, and a yellow card shown as Weigont goes down.
A challenge from behind, and he's late. The 26-year-old Atia. He's been the pit bull, the deep-lying metronome for Al-Ahly in this performance tonight. Shown yellow in the 90th +2.
Played forward towards Lionel Messi at the byline. Messi plays it over the top of Pico. This is Luis Suarez at the back post. No way through for Suarez. Played downfield by the right back Mohamed Hani, and a free kick here for Al-Ahly as Gradishar is fouled. Falcon can't quite believe it. 3 minutes of stoppage time left to be played.
You can see both arms just draped over Gradishar. And an easy decision for the referee from that angle against Falcon.
Falcone, wide for Allen. It's 0-0 because of both goalkeepers. Ustari with a string of stops in the first half. El Shaarawy coming up big on a couple of occasions in the second. Kramaski battling, loses out. Afsha in the midfield. Pico tried to cut it out. Picked up here by Noah Allen. The youngster finds the ball inside towards Busquets. And it's Oscar Ustari, who is the Michelob Ultra player of the match. Ustari single-handedly ensuring it was 0-0 at half-time after a dominant first 45 from Ahly. He saved the penalty from Trezeguet right before the half-time whistle. Is there late drama to come here as Messi drives forward? Really nicely done there at the back by Marwan Atea, as Al-Ahly bring it away. Afsha. Picked up here by Redondo. Just got a nick on that one, gets it back from Kramaski. Redondo sends Suarez chasing, but Maignan joins the attack down the right side. Kramaski. Now Messi in the final minute of time being added on. It's Fafa Pico driving the cross in. Suarez tried the spectacular at the back post.
Well, the Al-Ahly players are looking for Inter Miami to kick the ball out of play. That's not happening. Not with seconds left in this match. Atia goes to ground, and you can see Luis Suarez saying there's no shot that we're going to play that ball out and allow the referee and the medical staff to attend to Atia. And the demonstrative nature of that arm swing allows the referee to show Luis Suarez this yellow at 90th plus 5. Similar to Sergio Busquets, completely unnecessary.
Only seconds left. Miami's 8th corner of the game, and Lionel Messi stands over it. One more chance for Inter Miami to open the Club World Cup with a victory. What can Messi produce here? They'll go short towards the edge of the area. Back it goes to Messi. Messi swings it in. It's tipped over the bar by El Shaarawy. Lionel Messi so close to the spectacular right at the end of the match. And El Shaarawy now down to hold up the corner being taken.
There's only one in the world that would be that outrageous at this moment of the match to try to pick out those cobwebs in the upper right-hand corner. And if not for the intervention and the fingertip push from El Shaarawy, that's a game winner in 90th plus 5. Just full stretch, up and over the crossbar. That had eyes for that far post. He clatters into the post and down in immediate pain.
Deep into stoppage time. Messi goes close. And what will probably be the last act of this enthralling theatre will be a Miami corner, their 9th of the night from the opposite side.
And even though, Luke, we've gone over suggested 5 minutes, the referee has to give Lionel Messi and Inter Miami one more opportunity. Al-Ahly, they've just got to clear their lines.
Luis Suarez will take the corner. The ball in towards the middle for Falcone's header. It's another corner. Will there be time to take it?
Was that El Shaarawy or was that Taher? Either way, I'm not sure they knew much about it. That was a great header, one from Falcone.
In towards the front post. Kramaski couldn't get there. Now, here come Al-Ahly. Charging forward here. Right at the end. Played forward by Al-Shahat. The challenge comes in. And the whistle goes. And the opening game of the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup is tied between Al-Ahly and Inter Miami. But this was no boring 0-0 draw. This was enthralling.